Recording in progress.
All right, we want to give a very warm welcome to everyone who's in the chambers or online watching us. We always enjoy having people participate in our meetings. And also we know that quite a few folks who don't watch this live necessarily do check the computer later on, and you can always watch it and just go to the Monterey.org and look at the website and you can find out what's going on in your city. So we give you again a very warm welcome. And before we start our meeting, as always, we're going to turn it over to our well-known city clerk, who's going to explain how to participate in our meeting.
You say well-known, but I don't think so. It's just television. So for the safe attendance of our public meetings, masks are required for all who attend in person, regardless of vaccination status, except those who are younger than 2 or have a medical condition that prevents wearing a mask. Please keep your phones and devices muted in the council chamber to prevent audio interference. And there are 2 ways to virtually join us in today's meeting and participate in the meeting. You may join us using the Zoom app on your computer or mobile device, and you can also call into the Zoom meeting. To join the meeting on Zoom on your computer, smartphone, or telephone, use the link or telephone number on the agenda at isearchmonterey.org. An up-to-date version of Zoom software must be used. To call in by telephone, dial toll-free 833-568-8864, then enter meeting ID 160-772-9333, pound, and if prompted to enter a participant ID, press pound. Detailed instructions on using and updating Zoom are available at monterey.org/public-meetings. To make a public comment using the Zoom app, you can virtually raise your hand by pressing the raise hand button at the bottom of your screen. If you're dialed in by phone, raise your hand by dialing *9 and then unmute yourself when called upon by dialing *6. You must do both. Public commenters will be muted until it is their turn to speak. I'll call on each public speaker in the order of their hands raised. Please stay within the time limit established for today's meeting, and a countdown timer will be shown on the screen. If you're connected live on Zoom, the timer is accurate with no delay. Today's meeting is also streamed live on the city's YouTube account at youtube.com/City of Monterey with about 10 seconds delay, and on Comcast channel 25, which has up to 90 seconds delay. And as always, we look forward to receiving your public comments.
Very good, thank you. Always well done. And your next well-known job is to please introduce your caring city council.
Yes, Councilmember Albert.
Here.
Councilmember Hoffa.
Here.
Councilmember Smith.
Here.
Councilmember Williamson.
Here.
And Mayor Roberson.
And I am here as well. And the final job, please, is we're going to invite everyone to join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. So do you have that visual for us, please? On the spot. So please join us in the Pledge of Allegiance. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. All right, so we have been called to order, and the first item is public comments. And this is kind of an open mic, so to speak. It allows you, the public, to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes on any subject within the jurisdiction of the City of Monterey and not on the agenda. If you'd like to speak to an agenda item, just be patient and we'll, of course, give you that opportunity when it comes up. And as always, we do get a lot of great emails and background. Sometimes 3 minutes is really more or less an introductory period. So if you have detailed things you want to share with the council, please do send emails to suggest@monterey.org or contact a staff member. And I want to assure everyone that we do read all of the extensive emails that we receive. That's really more or less my morning ritual. Coffee first, however, and then emails. So let's open it up. Do we have anyone in the chambers who'd like to speak for a maximum of 3 minutes this afternoon?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor, and we'll ask him to come up to the podium.
All right. And if you care to identify yourself, we appreciate that. And let us know and leave a contact. If you haven't, you can do that if you need a response.
Hi, my name is Steve Lightfoot. I'm the guy that drives the yellow van with LennonMurderTruth.com website all over it with the signs, and I sing all over the area from my van. And I'm here to say that Monterey, it's pretty on the outside, but it's ugly on the inside. I'm talking about from Pineda on down. Chief Holber here. I've been involved with this police department with about 6 officers that I can prove lied in their attempts to cite me. And I just got out of another trial where Judge Silman swatted away all my legal rights. And I'm here to say that I'm going to emerge victorious with my John Lennon story, and there will be nobody with a bigger microphone in the world than me someday. And you had better clean your act up, Monterey, because I have the power to make or break you as a celebrity someday. And in the meantime, I'm not going to back down from singing from my van. I'm not going to back down from putting Stephen King behind bars for pulling the trigger on John Lennon. Your chief doesn't have the balls to follow my lead and try to get him arrested. Nobody in America does. The real home of the brave is my van. We're a nation of cowards and bootlickers. Monterey, high rent, low wages. Everybody's so busy working they can't help me out. It's kind of a sheepish community. I like to shake the citizens up because we're in deep doo-doo. We're being taken over by the world order as we speak. Your media already decided the last election. They had their thumb so heavily on the scale, and we're heading down a dark path. You need a hero. Otherwise, you're going to end up in hell or even get a meteorite up your butt. Thank you.
And we have no other members of the public here in chambers offering to speak on public comment. Mr. Mayor.
Thank you. Do we have anyone on online who'd like to address the council?
Well, there are no hands raised at this time.
All right, well, in that case, I'll close the public comment section of our meeting, and we'll go right to the consent. Do we know if there's anyone in the public who wanted to pull a consent item?
Not that we're aware of, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, council, want to pull anything or make a comment on the consent, or are you ready to go on it?
Mayor, I'd like to ask some questions on 4 and 6. I don't need to pull them, but if I could ask staff if that would be okay.
All right, why don't you go ahead right now, Councilmember Tyler.
So number 4 is the pedestrian and bicycle wayfinding agenda item. And I'm just wondering, how did we determine or how did TMC determine where to place the signs?
I will ask our Public Works Director, Andrea Rennie, to respond to that. It is a decision that was made, I believe, almost 2 years ago, and she probably recalls best how this all happened. So, Andrea, if you wouldn't mind answering Councilmember Williamson's question.
Of course, Mr. Mayor, council members, good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
We actually worked very closely. Our engineering assistant to Marissa Garcia actually met with Lori Williamson from Tennessee. They actually did walk so that we could make sure that our bike and pedestrian wayfinding signs were not in conflict or duplicating the efforts from TMC. So we worked very closely with them on creating that map and narrowing down the locations.
So is the duplication why there's none on Alvarado Street? Like the trying to avoid the duplication, is that why there's none planned for Alvarado?
Yes, we will take a look specifically, but we were trying not to duplicate their efforts on their routes with our bike and ped signs.
Okay, all right. That's it for that one. Thank you.
And then what was it, item 7 you had another question on?
Number 6.
6, okay, please.
It was the PLHA for the pre-development cost.
Mm-hmm.
So first, I'd like to give appreciation to staff for using this funding in a creative way. I know that there was some specifically allocated for this, but I know that this was one of the barriers that we had talked about when we were looking at going into the exclusive negotiating agreement with MidPenn. So I'm glad to see that they're covering, I believe it's most of the cost, and then we're just kind of helping it fulfill that gap. Am I correct in coming up with the remaining budget for the for the funds, for the PLHA funds. So it looked like we had 116,000 received from the state, and then we're giving 56,000, a little over 56,000 for this project. So we have about 59,000, 60,000 left in that funding. Is that accurate?
Yep, that's accurate, Councilmember.
Okay, all right, that's it. Thank you, Mayor.
Okay, thank you. Always good questions. Anyone else?
Oh, sorry, could I ask one more question? Is it possible for us to get an update on the status of the project in general at some point?
Yes.
It'd just be nice to hear how that's going. We get a sense of the pre-development costs, but I know that there were some other elements that were concerned, and it would just be good to have some kind of update.
And absolutely, and hiding behind a mask is also Vanessa Diffenbach from Mid-Penn Housing, and we will commit to give regular updates.
Perfect, thank you.
So I guess I will move to approve the consent agenda.
All
Second.
right. We have a motion and second. If there is no further discussion, roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, so that carries 5-0. And a good point, Councilmember Tyler, would be really fun to watch that project develop and all of the permutations and that go into putting something like that together. I'm sure it's not uncomplicated, if that's such a phrase. All right, let's go ahead and to our first public hearing, and that's to adopt the consolidated annual performance and evaluation for CDBG funding and to submit it to the Department of Housing and Urban Development, who, by the way, do read these things and keep a close eye on all of these fundings, because we often get a letter of saying, great job, nice, oops, we need some more clarification here. So this is always good to have this hearing. So I'll turn it over to our wise city manager, Hans, and I have a guess he's going to punt, but we'll see. Hans, to you.
Yeah, I prepared a brief presentation, but I think Grant can do it better, so I'll ask him for the presentation.
Okay.
Absolutely. Thank you, Hans, Mayor, and Council. As stated and on the screen, we're here tonight to receive our annual report for the block grant program. And as is standard, this is a good news story for the city in which we get to look back at what we've accomplished in the last fiscal year. So this is required by the Department of Housing and Urban Development in order for us to continue to receive block grant funding. And it provides a summary of all the funding we received and our progress in meeting our goals that are outlined in our consolidated plan for the program. We had just under $2 million in funding from CDBG last year. What should be in the yellow pie and has disappeared for some reason is our entitlement amount, which was about $260,000. And then our program income was 1.7 million. So considerably higher than what we received directly from the federal government. And again, program income comes from sale of properties, ground leases, and other investments the program has made over the years. We have 4 major areas that we work on with block grants: public services, which are our nonprofit partners, infrastructure improvements for facilities, housing preservation, which is our inclusionary housing program, as well as our Mr. Fix-It home repair program, and then planning and administration. For public services, we budgeted $172,000 to 11 agencies. Varying services from senior services, meal services, fair services, and 1,714 persons were served. They're either low or moderate income, seniors, the disabled, or homeless people. We worked on a few different infrastructure projects, but we completed one in its entirety. That was a security camera system for Interim Inc. and their transitional housing in Monterey off Pearl Street. That provides increased security both for the residents as well as the staff. About half of our program was dedicated to housing preservation, just under $1 million. That includes our home loan program, our home repair program, which is Mr. Fix-It, home accessibility and home safety grants. We also purchased, rehabilitated, and resold 3 home ownership units to low-income first-time home buyers. And we purchased 1 unit that we're currently in the process of repairing and we'll sell to a first-time home buyer this year, which will help our program income for this year. We met all of the HUD requirements and we used all of our funds in a timely fashion. Those are major accomplishments for HUD. We completed the exclusive negotiating agreement with Mid-Penn for the new affordable housing behind City Hall, which we just talked about briefly with the permanent local housing allocation. We were able to monitor and provide technical assistance to our grantees. And as we discussed earlier in the month, we were one of only 22 cities to receive an additional allocation of CARES Act because of our ability to properly administer the program. So with that, those are the highlights for the last fiscal year. We're welcome to take any questions or comments and take it out to the public.
All right, thank you, Grant. As always, very nicely done. Let's do questions before we go to the public. Were there any questions on the presentation, please? From the council?
Not in here and not in the city council chambers, Mr. Mayor.
Okay, so no questions from council, okay? Then let's go to the public. Any public comment? In the chamber?
Nope.
Okay, and online?
Yes, we do. Let's hear from Tammy Jennings.
Okay. Hello, Tammy, welcome.
Hi, thank you. I just wanted to find out how much more money, I think it was like the last slide, it said you got an additional amount of money because of your wonderful administration of the program. Where did that money come from and how much was it?
Okay, Tammy, that was the extra CARES money that you're talking about?
Yes, thank you, CARES, thank you.
Yeah, we will take care of that for you. Okay. So anything else? We'll get your answer for you when we close public comment. Anyone else, Clementine?
No, that was the only one I saw.
All right, so Grant, you heard the question. If you could respond, please.
Yes, absolutely. It is $105,000. It comes from the CARES Act, which is the federal government's initial COVID relief act from 2020. And it is a reallocation of funding from cities that were not able to expend their original allocations. So the Department of Housing and Urban Development has reallocated a portion of that funding, and we're one of the 22 cities to receive that.
Yes, and I know it was on our agenda last time, and I think, as I recall, it was going to go to help fund some of our nonprofit organizations in their wonderful outreach.
Exactly, the public service programs.
Yes, thank you. All right, so any council comments? Are you ready to move on it?
Mayor, I'll move approval.
Okay, thank you. We have a motion and a second. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, for me as well. Thank you. Carried 5-0. And so it's my understanding that the staff recommendation is to continue item 12 to October 4th. Is that correct?
Yes, Mr. Mayor.
All right, I'll make a motion to continue that to.
Have to go to item 11, Mr. Mayor.
I'm sorry, I skipped one.
Yes.
Oh, okay. Oh, anyway, I won't make a motion. We'll just notice everybody that item 12 is recommended for continuation. Thank you. I was just getting so excited how quickly our meeting was moving. I thought maybe if I skip a couple items, it'll go even faster.
Okay.
Okay.
And commend you for those efforts.
Oh, yeah, thank you.
Having said
All
that,
right, we'll go to item 11,
to
which
ask when we get to item 12 to continue that, if there's anyone in the public who likes to comment about that.
yes, we'll do. Right. Okay. But getting back to item 11, normally this sort of thing is a little bit later. It's more of a midterm adjustment to the budget, but because of actually a good summer, I think the city's able to make some budget amendments and so on earlier than normal. And so again, back to our wise city manager. Are you going to punt again?
Mr. Mayor, you're challenging me to do more presentations. I want to ask Rafaela to take over the presentation, please.
Of course. Hi, Rafaela.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and Council, and thank you, Hans. I'm going to try and make this just as quickly, Mr. Mayor, so we can keep up the pace going.
There you go.
Okay, let me just share my screen and forgive me because technology is not always my strong suit. So. Okay. All right, so we're just going to go and talk about some of the little things, the changes that we have for mid-year budget. Of course, you know, our fiscal stewardship is our value driver. The drivers here, we're trying to make sure that we are good stewards over the city's financial resources, and we are looking at ways of streamlining operations, making sure our revenue enhancements are reasonable, and long-term planning, fiscal transparency, and the like. So just give you a basic summary of our amendments. So with the closing of fiscal year 21-22, as the mayor alluded to, we are certain that our unfunded liability and unassigned fund balance is going to be a little bit higher than we thought it would be in March. So we're going to take this opportunity to kind of appropriate some of the unexpected fund balance to some one-time expenses, such as the much needed facility repairs that had not been addressed. We're also cleaning up some line items that need adjustments for various reasons. We're appropriating the funds for the capital improvement projects, and we're actually showing the steps on the salary schedule for the IT positions that was already approved. So we're just putting this, the steps in the salary, and then also updating the interfund transfers. So just the overall picture, so that would comes to the total general fund increases are 1.9 million, for internal service funds is 3.4 million. For the special revenue funds is 43,000, and the total capital improvement project is 7.9 million. That is citywide. And then our interfund transfer amendments are pretty much in and out transfers from one fund to another, from a library trust to the general fund. We're transferring 24,000. Same thing from the museum trust to the general fund. Those are the decreases in expenses and increases in revenues in the general fund portion. And then we also have transfers, reduction in the expenses and revenue in the Thailands, from general fund to Thailands.
If council recalls, at the last budget meeting, we also brought back a position in the museum. We bumped it up,
yes,
if you recall. So those accounting acrobatics help to shift money from trust funds towards the general fund as well. So that's the background of those interfund transfers. Exactly.
Thank you, Hans. And so really quickly, our recommendation is to adopt a proposed 22-23 amendments for the budget, which are inclusive of the interfund transfers and the capital improvement projects appropriations, and also to amend resolution 21-106, which updates the salary schedule for the employees in the information technology department. And that
thank you for the wonderful report, Rafaela. I know all of this is in our agenda packet, very well explained, and so I appreciate that. And I also must express appreciation. When there's one-time money, it's often tempted to put those in long-term programs, but I think we've all learned our lessons about that, because you never know. Then secondly, I know one of the high priorities of the council, and there are several, but one is the infrastructure, and to make sure that we're maintaining all of our public buildings. And I was especially pleased to see that we are going to be able to put money into the Monterey Sports Center, which has had some deferred maintenance. So that's really an excellent use of one-time money. So thank you for that. Any council questions on the presentation before we go to the public?
I have a couple questions, Mayor.
Okay, please go ahead.
The 50K that's being allocated to HR for the compensation studies, what does the plan for that look like? What positions are we looking at, and when do we anticipate that being completed? And will that information be publicly available?
To answer the last question first, yes, that will be publicly available and will be presented to the council also in a public meeting. This is for a citywide compensation study, so will involve all positions that we have. And as soon as you have appropriated, our HR director will go out to find the right companies, get bids, and then we will award the contract.
Okay. And then last question is there going to be an updated CIP plan provided?
Yes, there will be. That's one of the upcoming council meetings. Tonight, we will have NCIP in front of you, and then I believe our public works director is planning to have that probably at the next council meeting or the meeting thereafter. I've seen some email traffic today where we've hardened up the numbers. I think it will be on 10:04.
Thank you, Hans. That's it for me, Mayor. Thank you.
Good, thank you. Yeah, any other questions from council members? All right. Let's see if there's any public comment, please, in the chamber.
Not in chambers.
Online, please, Clementine.
No, sir.
All right. Thank you. Then I will make a motion to adopt the proposed amendments and to update the salary schedule.
Second?
Mayor,
Staff recommendation.
Mayor, if I could
Discussion?
comment?
Yes, please.
Thank you. In listening to what the mayor was speaking of when it comes to unassigned funding balance, always good to have that assigned because in case something happens, we have some money to look forward to. However, in the future, I'm hoping that the current revenue that we're receiving is more of a normal base revenue that we'll have and see in the future. So it will be excellent to see that we use that as in our normal budget cycle, so that when we go to project our revenues next year, we'll project the revenues of what we saw this summer. That way we can bring that money back, put it in the budget, and bring back some of the programs that we have cut in the past, because I know that as people start coming back to our programs, we're going to need the staffing in those programs. So it would be good to make sure that we don't pull those funds out and instead bring those programs back. I'm hoping that's what we're looking at in the future.
Yeah, thank you, Councilmember Dan. Well said.
Mayor,
Yes,
comment?
and sure, of course, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, I just want to echo a little bit of what Dan was saying. I look forward to the mid-year budget because I think that with the experience of being on the council the last 8 years, the mid-year budget for me is very enlightening because obviously it's 6 months has passed. We've got trends, they're predictable. So I echo what Mr. Albert is saying, and I think those are great decision points we'll be able to make at mid-year as we're looking ahead to are there programs that we feel that it's time to look at to support as the revenues continue, and also to continue on striving to restore our reserves, because as we know, we're seeing all the signs that are out there in terms of inflation costs and the unpredictable side of impacts to households, which is also the same kinds of things that city government suffers from. Things cost a lot more for us to execute these services. So looking at being cautious and judicious with the reserve helps to fulfill the promises that we have to our community that says that we have appropriate services. So I just wanted to echo on that I look forward to mid-year, because then that gives us a chance to say, okay, we've got 6 months behind us. Maybe if we're doing it in February, but we'll really have clear decision points looking ahead to the next budget after the first of the year. But thank you.
Yeah, that's a good point. We'll see as Councilmember Dan was talking about if this is a permanent trend or not, or at least semi-permanent. And very good point. Yeah. Anyone else? Then let's do roll call, please.
All right, Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
And that's a yes for me as well. And when you get a nice big 5-0 unanimous vote on the budget, that tells you how much incredible, wonderful staff work goes into the budget. All right, so on the next item, it's recommended to be continued to October 4th, but what we should do is open it to the public. Since it's a recommendation to continue, that would be the discussion. Any public comment on item 12 in the chamber?
No, Mr. Mayor.
With the understanding it will be continued, I would think. And online?
No, no hands raised.
All right, so I'll move to continue that to October 4th.
Second.
Roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoppa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes,
and Mayor Roberson.
And that's a yes for me as well. All right, let me take a quick look at our closed session. And we'll, in a moment, we'll open it up to see if there's any comments. So we have one closed session item. So what I'd like to do is before we adjourn to closed session, unless I missed something or sped by too quickly, is there any public comment? We'll open it up. Any public comment on closed session? Chambers
No, Mr. Mayor.
and online?
Also, no, Mr. Mayor.
All right, so I think then at this point, we may have set a new world's record for our afternoon session. We'll go ahead and adjourn to closed session. Well, welcome back to our council meeting, everybody. We're going to go ahead with continued public comments. We did the Pledge of Allegiance this afternoon, so it just got placed incorrectly, and we always like to start our meetings with the pledge, so we have already done that with pleasure. Continued public comments. If you'd like to speak to the council on any topic not on the agenda within our jurisdiction, we invite you to do it now. There is a 3-minute time limit that we do need to adhere to because we want to make sure we have an efficient meeting and be fair to everybody. If you'll leave a contact either now or email, you will hear from our world-class staff without question. And also we do hear and receive a lot of great emails, and want to assure you that your caring city council reads all of the emails that you, the public, sends us. So with that, anyone in the council chambers net who would like to speak on general topics not on the agenda?
Yes, we do, Mr. Mayor.
All right, let's welcome those people.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor.
Luis, excuse me, we need to turn on I can't hear you. Is the speaker on?
Thank you, Mr.
Oh,
Mayor.
there you go. Okay, Luis.
I'll introduce myself in case somebody has forgotten. My name is Luis Osorio, and I'm here to address the process for appointment to city boards and commissions. I recently applied for an opening in the Planning Commission. As you know, I have been a member of the Planning Commission before, and Hans Reed, who has been a long member of the Planning Commission, recently resigned, which made the opening, and I thought it was a good opportunity for me to continue my service to the city. I submitted my application and I didn't hear anything from 2 weeks. Last Thursday, I emailed staff at the city, at the city somewhere, and I was told that the item was going to be on tonight's agenda, and that apparently the mayor was going to make a recommendation tonight. Upon questioning, I wasn't interviewed, even though I submitted my application on time, and now I inquire as to the process. And I believe that the process is that everybody that submits an application is interviewed. And if that is the case, and if the mayor was intent on making an appointment tonight, I wasn't interviewed. And whatever process the mayor set up 6 years ago is not working. So the question here is, one, about process. And if the mayor is interviewing people, are these interviews open to the public? Are they advertised? Is it a matter of public concern? And it's just kind of weird because then the item that was going to be on the agenda tonight was put. And now I'm told by staff that the mayor is going to contact me to set up an interview. And my comment is, if the mayor was very intent last week on making a recommendation, I am not interested in interviewing anymore because you've already made up your mind. But I guess I'm just asking the mayor clarification about the process. And it's a matter of transparency. Are these interviews being conducted somewhere in the council, in the city hall, or are they over the phone, or are they being conducted in somebody's living room over a glass of wine? I don't know. So Clyde, I know you're not running, but I think for you at this point in time in your career as a politician, you need to explain what's going on. Thank you.
Thank you, Luis. Luis, I appreciate that. There was a little bit of confusion. It was my intent to do the library board first and do those interviews. I did email you and other PC applicants yesterday, now that we wrapped up the library board, and I hope you got my email asking and setting a couple possible times for you and other planning commission applicants to meet with me. The meeting would be in my office, and it's the two of us, and I make the recommendation to the council. So sorry about the confusion. It was my intent to do library and then do planning commissions. So I hope you have an opportunity, and I hope you got my email. If not, please email me and we'll set up a time for your convenience. I'd be more than happy to chat with you. You and I go way back, and I'd love to have your input and so on. All right, let's continue. Other public comments?
It does not appear that there's other public comment on items not on the agenda.
All right, and how about online?
Yes, we do have a few. So first, let's hear from Kurt Tipton.
Hello, Kurt. Welcome.
Good evening, Mayor and Council. I sent you an email, and this is regards to emergency housing.
Yeah,
I think this is a major issue in Monterey. We need a shelter that those that need sheltering for the night can have that. And it also gives the Monterey Police Department more leverage in getting those few individuals that seem to like the lifestyle and don't want to have help move them out, especially on the beach. What I'd like to see is the council to formally ask staff to start looking at this. I understand that the council is going to change next year and we'll have a new look, but it would be nice to at least start it this year and agendize it next year so we can move forward with some type of emergency shelter on the peninsula. There's lots of funds available, as you know, from the state, and I'm sure staff can negotiate with the neighboring cities to help pay for running that shelter after the state funding runs out. So again, I urge you to formalize this and agendize it next year. Thank you.
Thanks, Kurt.
All right, next we have Esther Malkin.
Good evening. I'm also going to speak to this process about the Planning Commission appointment. I think that there is a serious disconnect here because the plan for tonight's agenda happened to come across to my attention because I didn't know when the deadline was for applications, and I was inquiring if the deadline had been met, and I was told that and I wanted to know when the public would find out. I was told it was going to be on the agenda tonight because the mayor had already done the interviews and was going to make the announcement, and that's when and how the public would find out. So this is a transparency issue. It's a problem because the mayor changed the process a while back that created an odd way of an odd procedure that essentially allows cronyism. And my concern is that, you know, we have a qualified person that has been on the Planning Commission, is a professional urban planner, and happens to be a very good candidate that was completely overlooked. And whatever excuses are being made on here tonight do not fit the timeline of how this all actually went down. So Luis was removed in the past. I don't know anybody that knows why that happened, other than the process was changed and the mayor was then the one to have the final interviews and recommendations and whatever. It's not okay for us to not be able to have somebody as qualified as Luis. And my biggest concern is that with the current mayor retiring, that this has to be addressed. And unfortunately, in the mayor's race, we have two candidates, one that is totally about transparency and another that is going to be a continuation of the current administration. And that's not okay because transparency has been a problem that has been talked about for a very long time. And I'd also like to point out that this is a diversity issue as well. We have a lack of diversity on the Planning Commission. We recently, luckily, finally have a woman on there, but it is not okay for us not to have a more diverse planning commission. And especially one that is so pro housing and planning that originated the plan that we have for the North Fremont Business District. That was one of the people that were appointed in his place lives near there and don't want the plan to go through as it was ordered. So it just doesn't look good.
All right, thank you. Next, we have a telephone caller with the last 3 digits, 564. Please go ahead.
This is Nina Beatty. For those who don't know, Highway 1 is closed right now. The lithium-ion battery facility in Moss Landing had its 3rd fire, and the highway has been shut down since early this morning. PG&E and Tesla and Vistra built this plant. Lithium-ion batteries are explosively flammable to air, water, and heat. They built it in a tsunami zone, on a sea level rise zone, near earthquake faults and under PG&E towers. I've warned the county and I've warned the city. I've alerted the media before about the situation with that plant and about shutdowns or destruction of Highway 1 if there were fires or explosions at the plant. Monterey County failed to do any due diligence. They were too busy playing footsie with PG&E and with Tesla and with Vistra to do any due diligence as far as the dangers that this posed to the residents of Moss Landing, the environment, as well as the infrastructure of that important highway. There have been these fires. I cannot even imagine what the cost to all the entities, the commercial entities, to the public from shutting down that highway today. It's over 12 hours. And Monterey County failed to even provide basic traffic modifications to allow people to know what was coming and to route traffic onto other roads. There were no notices, no signage, no detour signage at all. This is completely inadequate. And PG&E has put also lithium-ion batteries, as I have warned the council and warned the public, on the side of every building except for those who have opted out. And Cal-Am meters will be putting them in the water meter vaults as they install smart water meters next to vegetation in front of every home. These are fire hazards. And the lithium-ion fires at Moss Landing are a major wake-up call. We have to do something about this. All this thing, the promos about green technology and all this is completely false. It's green in terms of the money that's being made by these developers, but in terms of the danger that's being posed to the public and PG&E's complete lack of safety, their long-standing record of major problems and abuses of their authority and endangering the public, killing the public, they're a convicted felon. I urge the public to get involved in this situation and really demand a full-scale investigation of this battery plant shutdown and the fires that have resulted in there. This is a very, very hazardous situation for everyone on the on the Central Coast. And if it should cause an explosion to shut down the power plant, then we'd be even greater problems as far as electricity for everyone here, including the tourism industry. So I urge the council to take action on this very, very dangerous situation.
Thank you. Next, we have Libby. Oh, I'm sorry. I think I somehow answered the call that is from someone with the last 3 digits, 204. We'll take that one and then Libby.
Good evening. Tom Raleigh from Fisherman's Flats Homeowners and Residents Association. Our neighborhood last night had a neighborhood meeting in which we hosted a candidates forum for both of the mayor's candidates. I'd like to thank both of the candidates for an exceptionally fine debate. I understand it was the first candidates forum of the campaign. I'd like to urge the other neighborhoods that are holding these to have a wide dissemination so that people can attend these. But anyway, both candidates performed very, very well. And we had over 40 people at the church at Jocelyn Canyon and Salinas Highway. So it was a very successful candidates forum. I'd like again to thank the candidates and thank all the people from Flats and Foothills area, Deer Flats Park, Monterey Woods, and Fisherman's Flats that showed up. Thank you.
All right, thank you. And next, now we've got Libby. Libby, go ahead, please.
Clementine, can you hear me?
We can hear you. Thank you.
Okay. My name is Libby Downey. I'm calling to support Luis Osorio for being put back on the Planning Commission. It's not often that we get people who qualify for commission seats that are more qualified than Luis. And so I think we need to jump at this opportunity for the good of the city, because when he was on the commission before, when I was on the council, he did a very good job and was very prompt and had a lot of input and has been a professional planner. So I just want to put in a good word for him. I would also like to address the procedure for the commissioners. For the many, many years that Dan Albert was mayor, we rotated so that 2 commission people interviewed for the candidacy of all the commissions. And every year, one went off and a new one came on. So we had a continual rotation for different people on the council to do the interviewing. And then the present mayor changed that and decided to do it himself. So I think it should go back to the previous plan, and that is more fair, and it includes more people on the council that have more input. Now, I do realize that the council makes the final decision, but the decision is heavily weighed by whatever the recommendation is to the council. So I would just ask the council to reconsider that, because they were supportive of that when the mayor made the change. So again, I'm supporting Luis and hope you will consider him. And thank you very much for the opportunity to speak tonight.
All right, and Mr. Mayor, there are no more hands raised on our public comments right now.
All right, thanks so much. So let's go ahead and continue. Announcements from closed session.
Yes, so there was a conference with legal counsel regarding existing litigation, Bonnie Goff versus the city of Monterey, and no reportable action was taken.
Okay, thank you. And let's go ahead and adopt and take a look at the Neighborhood and Community Improvement Program for 2022 and 2023. And with that, it's I want to give just a shout out before we even begin to our NCIP committee for once again putting in a lot of time and effort. As I have said before, when we went to district elections, and that's actually on our next agenda item too, I know that council members will be elected from districts, but I also know that the city of Monterey will be their #1 priority. I know that because the NCIP committee, which comprises of 16 people from 16 neighborhoods as defined by the city, has been doing their work for almost 40 years. And without question, there's nothing parochial. It's not my neighborhood, my district gets first priority. They always sit, listen to each other, and vote for projects that benefit the entire city. And so that's an excellent model, one that has gone on for years. And I know our district elections with the council, the same thing will happen, that Monterey comes first. And I think the NCIP is just an absolute paradigm of that action and that representation. So I want to thank them very much. Now, I think I'll turn it to the staff. I don't think we're going to need to go blow by blow on each project. I think what I'd like you to do is just give maybe a brief overview of how we got where we are, and then invite the council and the public, if they would like to look at any specific projects, we do that rather than having to discuss all of them. I know there's one that has gotten some interest in emails from Kayla and our staff with respect to the mural underneath the Casa Verde Bridge. That's one I would like to take a closer look at. And so with that, let's turn it over to our worthy city manager, who can have just a brief overview of what we're looking at this evening, please.
Yeah, yes, thank you, Mr. Mayor. The NCIP program is one of the most significant programs that the city of Monterey created in the 80s, and it has been a shining example of governance, and has been also cemented into the city charter by defining exactly how it will be funded and what it's used for. And also it has been a staple of every city council that has worked in those chambers to acknowledge the NCIP as part of what makes this community so high class and worth living, because we do a lot of things through the NCIP that we wouldn't afford otherwise, which just maintains our existing infrastructure, but we're going also beyond the call of duty in certain projects, and the NCIP is basically a wonderful democratic program that allows each neighbor to voice their ideas, their projects, and somehow, somewhere, they figure it all out, and then they present us projects. And that's what we are doing tonight. It has the NCIP has received a record funding, I believe, and that's part of the recovery that we are experiencing in the hospitality industry. And we also had in 2020 a measure that allowed us to, with the approval of the voters, to raise the TOT from 10 to 12%. And of course, that has also helped significantly to increase the funding for the NCIP. Having said all that, we wouldn't be the city of Monterey if we wouldn't be without the NCIP programs that probably is scratching now $100 million that was invested into our infrastructure. So I've asked our senior engineer, I apologize, our acting city engineer, Tom Hardy, to briefly present the NCIP program for this year. We are not going into each and every project. However, if you like us to do that, we have about 212 backup slides that we can pull up and show you more details if you want to. So there are really backup slides, but I think the number is something like 32 or so. So with that, I'm asking Tom to take it away. Thank you.
Thank you, Hans, and good evening, Mr. Mayor, council members. I have a brief presentation this evening, and I'm going to be sharing my screen. Give me one moment, please. Okay, we'll start with that one. There we go. Okay. You see that?
Yes, we can.
Okay, excellent. So just tonight, I would like to just make a brief presentation just about the program that we ran through this year. Back at the beginning of the year, we started the process with 205 projects this year. There were 120 of projects that were previously defunded back in 2020, as you recall. the program was, a number of projects were defunded. At that time also, there were 65 projects that were nominated that year, but that were never acted upon. So they returned as well. And then we had 20 projects from this year, totaling 205 projects that were submitted that were nominated this year. By the time we got to the project selection meeting, we had several months of reviews, project review meetings that went on from April through June. And by the time we got to voting night, selection night, we were down to 154 projects. Some were withdrawn and some were removed. So we eliminated some of them. The budget for this year, we have received these numbers from the finance department. We received about $4.8 million in revenue from the TOT. That's our 16% of that source of income. We had interest earned. We received about $200,000 from a TAMC grant that was reimbursed to the city. We had about $569,000 in the ending balance account. The finance department withheld $350,000 for overhead fees for the upcoming year, and that leaves us with a program balance for this year of just over $5.2 million. This year, one of the big issues that we've had is just the uncertainty of the construction market these days. There's inflation that's going on. There have been incredible supply chain issues, and availability of materials has been the things that we used to take for granted. We just haven't been able to these days. There have been staffing shortages throughout the industry. That's for city staff as well as the construction firms, and even consultants are all struggling with the same sort of things. So this year, staff is recommending a 20% contingency, a program contingency of $1 million. So that will have plenty of buffer in case we run into some of these issues, which we're frankly expecting to run into as these projects get underway. Just to note clearly, the NCIP committee at its last meeting recommended a 10% program contingency. So that's about half of what city staff is recommending. Just wanted to make sure that was clear.
Tom, before you leave that, historically, what has the percent been for the contingency? Do you know?
The contingency, it's my understanding is it's basically around $500,000 in the fund. And probably, I think I noticed Rick Hoyer in the audience tonight. He'd be a better person to ask, only because he's had more experience with the program. But my understanding is somewhere around 500,000 to 800,000 in that range is a typical year.
Yeah, Rick will know the answer to that. Thank you.
Yes. Yep. And then with the 20% contingency, this is a list of the projects that we are recommending, that the NCIP committee has recommended for approval. There's, I don't know if you can read all those on the screen, but 25 in all for the approved projects, amounting to $3.8 million in costs, estimated costs. And then this year, normally we would establish 4 cutoff projects that if funding comes back from some of these projects that are completed under budget, we can use that funding to fund the cutoff projects. And there are 4 that are called out, but this year, based on the voting that occurred, the bottom 2 are actually tied with the same score. So I put in 5. I'm calling them both cutoff project number 4, but there's actually 5 projects there, and they amount to $880,000. Of all the projects that are on the list, the cutoff projects and the approved projects, There are operational costs that we just wanted everyone to be aware of. There are 2 projects on the list that may have graffiti issues. One is the Casa Verde underpass, where the murals and hardscape would occur. The other one is on it's up off of Skyline, on Skyline Forest Drive, the bridge parapet. And there's some graffiti removal underneath that one. We've got street lights and radar speed signs. This, if you're reading this, the replacement cost of one radar speed sign is about $25,000 today. There are 6 signs altogether. There's 3 locations. We install typically 1 in each direction. So there'd be a total of 6 signs that would be installed this year. The maintenance cost on those, well, it's about $1,200 per year per sign. So, and the same, the pedestrian crosswalk beacons. These are they call them rapid flashing beacons, but those are the ones that you can push the button, the beacons, you can't miss them, and will stop traffic and alert you mid-block when you're crossing. Those also have replacement cost of $25,000 for all of them this year. The total, I think it's $1,400 per unit per year. So that would amount to about $11,000. The number 1 project this year is the accessible beach mats, and they are proposed to be installed in 3 locations, and we're figuring it would take about $7,200 just for maintaining those, for rolling them out and putting them back in maybe several times a year. And then there's a security camera project at Del Monte Beach too. We'll be determining what the scope of that is, but I assume 3 camera locations, and that could amount to another $9,000 per year. One of all this, if you add it up, it's very ballpark, but it would amount to about $40,000 per year. I had a note there just saying it doesn't include Public Record Act research costs, which we understand is an issue with the security cameras. People just call in and ask for videos if there have been issues. So the recommendation this evening is just that council would approve the 25 highest ranked projects with the specific funding requested for each project, with the 5 cutoff projects, which will be constructed if funding becomes available throughout the year, to reestablish the NCIP contingency account, the amount of $1,000, which is approximately 20% of the program
$1 million
budget. I'm sorry. Yes, thank you. And then we'll leave $472,000 roughly in the ending balance account. And that concludes my presentation. I'm sure there are questions. I'd be happy to answer.
Yes, before we go to council for questions, Tom, I wanted to thank you and give you a lot of credit this year. I think it's been your 2nd year on NCIP. If that's about right.
First year. Actually.
First year.
Yes.
So yeah, so here we just came off a pandemic, and during the pandemic, the council did have to sequester the funds for NCIP, which left a lot of projects in limbo. So you and the NCIP committee brought back the former projects for reanalysis and to make sure that they were still viable. Then you had to add new ones. And it like anything else in a democracy, it was lively, and I would give you a lot of credit, you and your committee, for just bringing it all together. And I think the result was really amazing. We just you just don't know what unintended consequences are, and so those projects having been frozen more or less, needing to come back, needing to be re-reviewed and voted on, that was really a monumental task. So you and the committee just did incredibly outstanding work this year. So thank you so much, and welcome aboard to NCIP.
Thank you.
Yeah. Yeah, so my question was, I was looking at, and I have followed this project on Casa Verde on the mural project.
Yes.
It's one of those that's probably been in front of us. I mean, in process maybe 3 or 4 years. I'm trying to think when it was first brought to our attention. So I'm looking at it, I'd be more interested in the scope, how it turned into 600, how much? 675?
75, correct.
$675,000 project. And the possibility of re-looking at that, looking at alternative ways to accomplish this. How did we end up with ceramic tiles and so on, and how the cost escalated so much. So if you can just share a little bit of that history with us, please.
I can, and let me just share. You can see that slide. This is the original concept from 2017. The project, I think, was first approved that year. And it went forward. We had also preliminary plans that were drawn up. I know you can't see that, but I'll get to some more concept. But it's more than just a tile, a mosaic tile has been in the description from the beginning, but it's also a lot of improvements to the embankments underneath the bridge and the concrete work. There's that's not the one I'm looking for. There we go. So you can see there's a short retaining wall. We're going to widen the sidewalk a little bit. This would all be this embanked area on the left. I don't know if you could see my cursor. It's on the left, lower left image there. But it would be under the Highway 1 bridge deck, and it would be kind of finished. There would be lighting in there. There's some irrigation, and then there's also a couple of street monuments that are proposed. In the staff report, I think I called out 4, but there's actually only 2. And then we had a cost estimate this year that was prepared, and here's how the numbers came in. For the concrete portions, which would be the underside of the slope paving, the short retaining walls, the widened sidewalk, there's curb ramps at the end, the neighborhood monument signs, that ended up costing about $168,000 in estimate wise. Electrical and landscaping was another 35. The artwork and installing the artwork, and that would be 4 mosaic tile murals, which was what was requested, would be about $100,000. And the general construction, the mobilization, the traffic control, the stormwater, best management practices and things end up being about $143,000. So the total construction cost there is about $450,000. With the inflation as it is currently, we figured about 2 years of that, and then a contingency of 10% is another 112, and then design, permitting, construction management, all the soft costs would be about 115, and all that totals up to be $673,000. We rounded up to 675.
Right. Good. Thank you. That's a very excellent slide. It helps me understand that a lot. Thank you so much.
Yes.
Other council questions for our staff, please?
Can I continue with that project? I have a couple questions.
Absolutely. Or any other project as well. Go ahead, Council Member Dan.
Start with this project. Then I have questions in general, but let me, since it's on this project. I'm assuming that this is in Caltrans right away. So do we need the permission or the approval of Caltrans in order to work on their property?
Yes, absolutely.
And we've already gotten that approval?
No.
2017?
No, when we have a firm design, we'll be working with Caltrans as we develop our design to get their approval on what we're proposing.
So it's along with the process of the design that you get the Caltrans approval.
Correct.
And when we do that, because I know there's going to be future maintenance on this project, is that Caltrans responsibility, or do we have funds set aside to fix anything that happens in the future? Because I mean, this is a gateway to the city of Monterey, and you want to keep that in really good shape. And so I'm just wondering, would we have to somehow get a signed agreement with Caltrans that either they're going to take care of the responsibility of the maintenance or we are?
The city would be, the way it's established now, the city is maintaining underneath the freeway and Caltrans does the top. So it would be the city's responsibility to maintain whatever is installed there.
Okay, that answers my question. I have other general questions, Mayor. I'll let other council members comment on this project.
All right. Maybe we should just say if there are any more questions on this project, then we'll open it up to questions in general. How does that sound? Are there other council questions about this particular project?
So Mayor, if I may?
Yes, please, Council Member Tyler.
So the design, permitting, construction management costs, is that including the artwork and installation, or is that all the other work associated with the project?
That's basically all the other work associated with the project. The artwork and installation is up on top. I think the artwork, the estimate was for $80,000, and the installation for 4 of the murals would be about 20. So it came out to about 100.
Okay. And is it possible for us to look at potentially doing the artwork installation separately as opposed to all the other elements associated with the project?
Yes.
Okay. Okay, that's my only question for now.
Okay, thank you. Any other council questions on this particular project?
Yes,
Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, on the artwork and installation, it's highlighted on the screen in yellow, listed at 100,000. And the staff report indicates that the recommendation by the submitter was that it be a ceramic tile. I'm wondering if there has ever, in the course of this project, looked at alternatives other than that method of doing a mural, such as panels or actually painting on the concrete. So I'm just curious if we have always gone down the track of ceramic, or if we ever looked at any other application.
To my knowledge, we have not looked at another application yet. That's certainly something we can do, but I'm just picking up. I haven't gone into like all the records from past years, but this year we're only looking at what was proposed, which was the mosaic ceramic tile.
Okay, great. Maybe one of the speakers tonight will enlighten me on the focus of that question. Thank you, Mayor. That's all I had.
Okay, Councilmember Allen, any questions on this project? Okay.
Mayor, could I ask one more question?
Of course.
Is it possible for us to seek some support or collaboration with Caltrans if we're going to be doing some work to their property? I wonder what the opportunities might be that exist.
A good idea.
Yeah, we will ask.
Yeah, and I'll have a final question on this project as well. Some of the work that we're looking at, it's independent of the mural, obviously. In fact, most of it is. And are these, since it's Caltrans property and they obviously should be maintaining it and so on, are there, in this list of retaining walls, curb ramps, slope paving, etc., some of that obviously would be on the city right of way that would be needed to be done. And maybe Measure S might even apply to sidewalks. And some of this would be, is it reasonable to say to Caltrans that you've got some maintenance issues here that you need to correct? And it looks like part of the project is to correct some structural or maintenance issues. Tom?
I don't know if they would be issues that Caltrans is concerned with. There was an email I saw earlier this afternoon from Kayla Possum, who nominated the project, and she had several examples. But I think as far as Caltrans is concerned, structurally, the bridge is in good shape at this point. So I think that we can certainly will be asking them and working with them to find those things out, but I think they would say, you know, it's fine the way it is.
Yeah,
If you want to do something, have at it, but.
Yeah, most likely because Caltrans has got an entire state with billions and billions and billions of projects everywhere, right?
Yes.
Yeah, good. Great answers, good questions. The possibility of looking at a state Caltrans participation, especially financially, would be well worth exploring, as well as Measure S funds, because we always like to bundle projects and bundle funding if we can. So those probably would be worth further exploration. Were there other projects? So I know Councilmember Dan, you wanted to talk about, was it questions or comments? Any more questions about the NCIP list right now?
Mr. Mayor, if I may just say one thought before Councilmember Albert is collecting thoughts right now. The challenge you have with this project is that, as Council pointed rightfully out, it involves Caltrans. And ask yourself today, how much attention will you get from Caltrans when we come to them and say we have a neighborhood community improvement project that wants to put some beautification around your highway bridge there. I'm very fearful, and I will share this with you, that we will spend a lot of staff resources in figuring out how we can connect with Caltrans. Caltrans will not have this as a priority for them, and it will consume a lot of staff time, and it will consume, because it will consume a lot of staff time, a lot of money as well. So you should not plan on projects always where you have to count on other people's collaboration. This will be one of those that I'm very fearful. We will talk about this in 6 years still. That we are running circles around Caltrans, who will not have that as a real interesting project for them. You see that engineering is involved with that, so I can see that there will be questions about liability issues, and legal will be involved with that as well, because if we do something to their bridge, what will this do to the structure of the bridge? And if something happens, who's on the hook for what? So this is a very, very complicated project, and I just wanted to let Council know about my concerns about that project as well.
Yeah, well, thank you, Hans. Points well made. Councilmember Dan.
Yeah, thank you. So this process it's been a while since we've done this process because of COVID. So I need to ask one question that I can't remember. If we have a project that's near our house as a council member, can we vote on that project still? Or do we have to recuse ourselves because it's within 1,000 feet or whatever from our house?
Right. You do have to recuse yourself if it's within 500 feet.
Should I get my
It's
tape
an
measure
automatic
out?
disqualification. And if it's within 1,000 feet, there's some criteria where it might trigger your disqualification. And I do have, if any of you have questions about project locations, I do have a map with that on it.
Well, I'd like to ask about Via Paraiso Park.
Okay.
Because we have few projects at Via Paraiso Park that I think that I might be too close to vote on, but I'm not.
Let me put that.
The second question is, hang on here. I know spending 3.8 million on the whole project process in 1 year is very difficult to do, and a lot of times we don't do that. Do these projects get a timeline? Does the staff put a timeline on them, or whenever they become available, we go ahead and start on the projects, or how do we do that priority wise?
That is a great question. And this year, because we have them prioritized, we're going to generally start from top to bottom. One of the things that we've discussed since the beginning of the year is just, in addition to putting the costs up front, is to trying to develop a realistic schedule that we can present publicly so everyone can see how the projects are progressing and working forward. Basically, I'm expecting we're going to grab a chunk at the beginning and start working our way down. But some of the smaller projects might be a lot easier to just quickly push out and get completed. So we'll just be sitting down and looking at these in a lot more detail after tonight and doing a schedule that way. That makes sense?
Yeah, thank you, Tom. You answered my question. But I do want to ask your first year, and this will be a tough question to ask, but how many back projects do we have of NCIP projects that still need to be completed over the years? You probably don't know that answer, but it would be nice to have some type of report to the council about those back projects, because I know in talking to neighbors, that is one of the concerns they have about NCIP, is not being able to complete all the projects either last year or the year before or the year before. Just a concern.
Yes, we can get you that report. My recollection in going through the top 20, well, 30 projects is that about half of them, maybe more, were on they were previously projects. They got defunded in 2020 and now they're back on this list. So I would say about 30 of the 120 we started with. So we'll get a report. We can definitely do that for you.
Oh, thank you, Tom. And then my last question, Mayor. I was very happy to see, especially down at Via Pariza Park, that the neighbors of the Monterey Vista Neighborhood Association collaborated and got together on what they're going to do with the pickleball and tennis courts and how they're going to work it out. And I was very pleased to see that they did work it out, and they came to the city and let the city know how how they see it as happening. My thought is, though, it landed on 31, and I would really like to see, at least that's what I'm reading here, and that didn't make the list. Did it make the list or did not make the list?
It did not make the list.
And for me, they did such good work to get that done, and it's a very small amount. I'm just wondering why in the process that was pushed down so far, because at the time it was a big deal in Monterey Vista. Just curious.
Yes, the process, it was, well, how the voting occurs. Just every neighborhood has a vote from 0 to 10, and we discuss, we bring the project up, like I'll look at accessible beach mats, and then all the neighborhoods at this identical time, they'll vote on it from 0 to 10, and we just sum up what the votes are. So it's strictly a result of how the voting occurred that night, the fact that it was just outside of the funding. At the time we were voting, we didn't even know where the funding, where the lines were going to be drawn for funding which project. So it's just a vote based on the project's merits. So in the end, it did just fall short, just short of that.
Well,
so
I'm sorry.
Go ahead.
Well, I guess because, like I said, it was such a hot topic about 2 years ago that I guess it's lukewarm now, I suppose, the problem at Parizo between pickleball and tennis. So I was just curious why it fell so far down. I think that's it. That's it for me. Thank you. Thanks for the questions.
Right, and Dan, your questions do point out to something that has frustrated the NCIP for years, and that is finishing all the projects. But as you know, right now, 25 projects, $3.8 million is it's a lot of projects. And in the past, even with full staffing, it was hard to keep up. And now with a reduced staffing because of a variety of reasons, we're short engineers. We probably have to understand that we're going to do absolutely the best we can, but you can only do what you can do within your resources and your personnel. Councilmember Allen? Are you mute? It doesn't say muted, but we can't hear you. I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There we go.
I'm wondering, first of all, thank you for the report. I'm wondering if council were to change the contingency from, let's say, 20% to 15%, how would that change how many of the items we could fund, and which items would then fit in to the funded list? If that's possible to answer.
Get the wrong slide. It is possible. The well, actually, if you look at this list, one project, the next project down will end up. Number 26 is the Casa Verde Highway 1, the hardscape and murals project will be on the approved list, and then the other projects will be the same. There's the
So basically, it would add the it would add number 26. All right, thank you very much.
Yeah.
Appreciate that.
Can I ask a follow-up question on that, Mayor?
Of course, Councilmember Ed.
So it's always great to look at options, and Alan's question prompted a example of why staff's recommending a 20%. So in reality, if everything was perfect and everything stayed at 10% and we had zero cost increases between now and completion of a project, which we're talking 12 months, then if everything stayed status quo and the estimates stayed as they are, then this slide would be true. However, with the predictions of material costs and accelerating costs of labor materials and all of the moving parts, actually the likelihood of staying at a 10% estimate is nearly impossible. So Tom, I'd like to hear a little bit more about why the 20% versus 10%, as was just illustrated in the question from Mr. Hoffa, because it doesn't in actuality mean that we would not achieve 10%, but we'd somewhere between be in the middle, and actually we'd be back to something else would not be achievable because we wouldn't have the money and the funds. And that project would then get pushed to a following on year.
Yes. And some of these projects are multi-year projects, which is something that we'd like to clarify. I mentioned a little while ago, just about creating a schedule for each project. And I'm picturing in my head like a Gantt chart that shows all of the projects and where they're going to be completed with the major phases of the project. One for like the Casa Verde hardscape murals, we're going to be talking to Caltrans, as we noted earlier, for a while. So that would be, I would be shocked if that was approved in 1 year. So we have to, like in the project just below it, the Larkin Park swings installation, that needs some coordination and some discussions with the Monterey Peninsula Unified School District to get the land. So a lot of the projects will not be able to be completed within 1 year, which is why we have asked for the additional contingency this time.
Okay, great. And just to follow up, as I'm looking at number 7, is Upper Windermere log drop repair estimates today are $675,000. So in probability, that estimate comes in at 700,000. Now we're playing the game of now we're 25,000 on a deficit. So the Gantt chart is, I think, is a great idea, which helps us have an overview long-term of where projects are, and also would certainly help you to be able to calculate out how close we're living within the reserve, or are we continually eroding that, and all of a sudden projects 25 and 24 fall off, or worse, 5 or 6 or 8 projects fall off because the contingency was blown out because of the accelerating costs of material. So thank you. I sorry, that's not a clear question, but I wanted to just surface the process and understand more thoroughly the impacts of what happens when a contingency is too little and not sufficient to be able to accomplish the entire list.
One other issue that we haven't raised is just the contingency when it's set up as a contingency funding, we can use that toward projects that might be falling short, as you mentioned. When it's not in the contingency fund, we leave it in the ending balance fund. We would have to come back to council to ask it to be allocated into contingency, where then we can use it more as needed. So we have more flexibility. We wouldn't have to be coming before you again and again and again, asking for additional funding for all these different projects. Another thing that has happened, we're in a way, we're at a fresh start right now, because over the 2 years that the program was paused, we were able to knock off a number of projects. I think when we started in 2020, there were over 100 projects that were on the active project list, and we're down to about 20 at this point.
Wow.
So we're dropping that so that the projects that are just ongoing are coming down, and so it's exciting actually to be able to move forward.
Yeah, I see you, Alan. No worries. Yeah, thank you, Tom, for that. That's amazing that you've done that. Councilmember Allen, go ahead, please. Okay, we need to unmute again. There you go.
I'm just interested in exploring the 15% simply because 20%, 25%, 50%, 10%. I mean, they're all numbers, right? I mean, we don't actually know what the real costs of projects are going to be and how inflation or supply chains or whatever are going to drive them. So we're taking guesses, but I'm just interested in the possibility of the 15% because it's kind of between what staff's recommending and what the committee was requesting. What if instead of 26, what if we went with 15%? How many other items below that could be funded? Because I think that was a pretty expensive item. I'm trying to remember. I think it was like 700,000, 800,000. It was a lot of money for 26. And there's a lot of issues associated with 26.
Yeah.
So if we went with a 15%, but we wanted to look further beyond that because of the challenges associated with that project, with working with Caltrans and maybe never actually achieving it, how many other items below that could have been funded?
So let me just see if I'm understanding. Are you asking if we didn't do that project?
If we didn't do that project, we went to 27, 28. I don't know how far would it go beyond 26?
I did prepare a slide for that one too. So if we did not fund number 26, the 20% would go down through the Jocelyn Canyon radar speed signs. And then if we went down, like the 4 additional projects would be Casanova Avenue sidewalk, the tennis court striping project would be in there, La Playa Park, what also the crossing at the rec trail, and then a street light on El Caminito del Norte, and the blue heron sculpture. I think at this point, I'd have to look at it more closely. I think at some point we run out of funding for the program, but on the I don't know if you can see the last column over here. If we remove that project, we would have funding for these other ones here. Can you read that?
Yeah, thank you very much. Appreciate that.
Yeah, good question. And Tom, you just pulled that right out of your hat, didn't you? Yeah, your magic hat.
Well,
A mind reader.
I have a follow-up question on that.
Yes, please.
Thanks. So I know that in public works contracts, usually the contingency is 10 to 12%, something we're in that category. But that's if the project's going to be built right away, when really those contingencies are not used for increasing in supply or dollars, but it's more if there's some unforeseen costs in the project. For me, I'd like to see that high contingency only because these projects are not built in 1 year. It may be 2 or 3 years. which means that if the contingency is higher, then as the project gets built 3 years down the road, you have the money available. That's just a comment, but I'm not sure if that's feasible or not or whatever. Tom, do you have a comment on that? Do you think that works or doesn't?
Yes, in general, that's the concept, and that's why we're asking for more than normal this year in particular.
Okay. All right. So let's just hope that all these projects get done in 1 year, and then we don't have to worry about the contingency. We can do 10%. Right?
Absolutely. Yes.
There you go.
I do have one other question, Mayor.
Yes.
And that's the Larkin Street project. I know that somebody, I can't remember, it was probably 2 or 3 or meetings ago, someone questioned about the facility use agreement at Larkin Park. And that's the same park we're talking about, correct?
Correct.
And whether it should be open during the school hours or not. Well, I actually negotiated that agreement when I was working for MPUSD. And so that caught my interest. So I asked MPUSD about that, and they came back to me and said that they are working with the school district, or not the school itself, charter school, to find out how they can put a fence down the middle. So I was hoping that that may help that project, because then it would be open to the neighborhood association. So I just want to bring that up as a comment, and maybe you might want to check with MPUSD to find out whether they've renegotiated that facilities agreement.
Thank you.
The charter school. Thank you, Mayor. I promise.
Thanks so much. What I'd like to do now is, as part of the presentation, call on the chair of NCIP, Mr. Hoyer, I understand is there as part of the presentation, and then we'll go to public comment. But Mr. Hoyer, who has sat through this and can answer a lot of the questions, I think, especially historically for us. So he's part of the presentation, and then we'll go to public comment. So with that, if Mr. Hoyer, is Rick in the audience?
Yes, I am, Mr. Mayor. Hopefully. You
all
can...
right. Welcome, and you've heard a lot, and I know you've been through all this, so you really know what we're talking about better than anyone, Rick. So the floor is yours.
I need to correct quite a bit of misperceptions that have been stated so far tonight. As it relates,
wait a minute.
as it relates to how contingency actually works.
Okay.
And just so you know, NCIP had a lot of discussion on should it be 10%, 15%, 20, 25, or even more. First thing you have to understand is every project already has a 10% contingency built into it. It's not a 20%, it's actually a 30% contingency, but those are specific to each project. The contingency itself is a pot of money. This is not like you would do where you have a CIP project where you have that one project, and now 5 years from now when you're building it, you have to have something to cover that cost. This is an ongoing program. Every year you can allocate more contingency. This is not a contingency just for these projects. It's a contingency pot to be drawn on. So if we draw a whole lot this year for what's being built this year, we can put more in next year to replenish it and cover what else is there. So the question is, what is realistically going to be built this year? And what contingency do you need for those projects? The other thing you have to realize is about 56.6% of the projects on that list are greenbelt maintenance, studies, or equipment purchases. They do not involve going out with contractors, with asphalt, with supplies, and all the things. You take that, so they do not need an extra 20% contingency. You eliminate that from the total, you now have 1.65 million in projects. A $1 million contingency is a 60% contingency for the projects that are realistic, and they will not all be built this year. That's why NCIP asked for a 10% contingency. We're more than comfortable that it will be enough for what is going to be built this year. And if for some reason it isn't, those projects don't go away. They just won't be built this year. They'll be built next year, and the contingency that's going to get redone will be there. We've never had over an $800,000 contingency that I can remember in the 40 years I have been in NCIP. And we're the first ones that want to make sure we have money there. And the reason we went to 800,000 was because we had projects that had been quoted 10 years earlier and hadn't been built yet. We actually don't have any of that right now. This is as if we're starting day one of the first year. We have no backlog related to these other than those projects you did not defund. So 10% is more than enough, and it gets you a lot further down the list. I'm not sure if pickleball is included after that or not, but it gets you there. The other thing is, in 30 years, well, actually, however many the NCIP has been involved in, we've never built all the projects in 1 year, ever. Right. And Tom is Superman, and he's going to do great things, and we have a lot of faith in him. But there's no way 25 plus projects are being done this year. It's just not.
Right.
Yeah, Caltrans or other approvals or Fish and Game or all the different things you have to do for different projects is just not realistic. And so funding gets redone for contingency every year. Okay. The other thing on overpasses, I was not going to speak to it, but I just want to put some information to you all. I believe in the newspaper, not within the last several months, Caltrans is actually paying for painted murals under the overpasses in Salinas on Highway 101, I do believe, as part of a community project they're involved with. So they're already doing beautification underneath some overpasses. Very different. Don't know how it got to be. Don't know if that would come into play here or not. But just you need to understand that that's out there and that's actually being done. I do want to thank Tom for his excellent work in a very difficult cycle for us because of all the unfunded defunded projects having to come back in, and it made it very, very difficult. So I do want to thank the job he did, especially for the first year with the baptism of fire. Thank you, Tom. Yeah, it's a 16-person committee, so you've got 16 people you're answering for. Hans, you only have to answer to 5, so you've got it made. Tom has got it tougher. If you all have any questions on any specific projects or process or anything else, please ask away. I'm happy to do it. I've done this for a little while.
Mayor, I have a few questions, if I may.
Yes, of course, for Mr. Hoyer.
That's correct.
All right, please go ahead.
So I think there was a question asked earlier about the contingency in the past, and you may have answered this, but I might have missed it. What has that extra contingency outside of the contingency for each of the specific projects? What has that been around?
We've generally kept it about 800,000 a year because we actually had for many years, we had a subcommittee, what we call the finance subcommittee, and even though it's not in the charter as being an official subcommittee. But we would look at what are all the projects that are outstanding, what realistically, with working with staff, you're going to build in the next year, and how confident are you in those numbers? Because again, those days we had stuff that could have been 6 or 8 years old, the estimate. So you really, yes, you have inflation now, but when you get an 8-year-old estimate, you know it's not going to do that.
Sure.
So we were able to be comfortable with 800,000, and we never exhausted an $800,000 contingency in any year that we've had it.
Okay, and then a final question. Are you reaffirming that the NCIP is confident in the city's ability to achieve all approved projects with the funding allocated this year at the 10% contingency?
Well, it's not going to all be built this year. So no, I'm not confident in them all getting built this year. But yes, the ones that would be built this year, there should be more than enough funds with that to do it.
Okay, perfect.
Given that's actually that over half are not ones where it's like, put it this way, to put it in concept, the dehumidifier for the sports center is a $1.2 million project. So the contingency at staff's recommendation is almost $250,000. I'm hoping we're not that far off in the price of that piece of equipment that is going to need $250,000.
Yeah, because the estimate was just made.
Yeah, and it was just made. And about another 400,000 is greenbelt clearing, which you go until that money's used and then it stops. There is no real contingency or over.
Right.
So yes, we are confident.
Okay, thank you. That's it.
I mean, there were some members who wanted to have higher. But at the end, and we maybe even had, if I remember right, we had a vote actually that was lower, which didn't pass, and then we ended up with 10 and passing, and it was not unanimous.
It wasn't unanimous?
No, it was not unanimous.
Well, that's not a bad thing.
It's like that, we had a robust discussion over getting into the nuts and bolts of it.
And
Yeah.
at the end with the contingency also, Councilmember Williamson, as Require pointed out, it's a matter of going back and asking for the contingency. So there, even if it's not possible, it's just another administrative step to go back and get it.
That's pretty easy to do with a consent agenda. So Rick is, then we'll let you go. So as you're explaining it, as I heard it, each of the projects has a built-in 10% contingency.
Specific to that project, correct?
Specific to that project. So then the committee added another 10% general contingency, so to speak. So in essence, you're at 20%.
Yeah, and the way that 10% contingency works, I mean, if one thing comes in 30% over, it's used for it. It's not a magic. You can't go over an extra 10% for any one project. So it's funds to use mainly so it doesn't have to come back to council. And sometimes that happens while it's in construction and you don't want to stop it. You want to be able to keep the project going and be able to finish it.
Right.
Sometimes the project will come back and from going out to bid and it's way out there and it's so over that in effect, we really don't want to do the project at that point.
Yes.
It doesn't make sense. So.
And that's happened too in I think probably we put it in the charter probably 86, 87, somewhere in there. So you've been going about 35 years and in essence, I think you're right on historically that we've managed because of the built-in contingencies and we've got the experience to the project very seldom comes back to the council for any kind of additional money. So it's, yes.
Yeah,
that's good. Thank you. Thank you so much, Rick, for your
time. We had to actually come back to, we have had quite a few and if the contingency was getting low, there's always ending balance at times. And so sometimes the committee, we vote to recommend to you all to fund actually the overage out of ending balance. Because that's certainly any funds, if a project comes in under and is done and is closed out, those funds go into the ending balance, which the next year would go to allocate projects. But during that year, it's in effect, it's an extra contingency. It just has a different process it has to go through to get it allocated. Because you actually haven't allocated it at that point. And only you will allocate the funds.
Good. Thank you, Rick, for just being there, ready to clarify and answer all those questions, your historical memory on this as well, and your whole committee.
I checked the back, 3 questions.
Mayor, can I do a follow-up comment on that?
Sure.
Oh, yeah. I figured when I brought up the contingency and I saw Rick shaking his head, I went, uh-oh. I'm sure there's going to be an answer there. And I was unaware, obviously, that there's a 10% for each one of the projects as is. So, of course, naturally, if there's a 10% for the project itself, that's on top of that 10%. And so now, thank you for explaining that, Rick.
If I may just add, so the normal 10% was where kids didn't know how to spell the word inflation. That's when we use 10%. So that's normal. That's nothing to lean back on. We are not in normal times. So the construction cost index over the last 2 years increased by 20%. So that's it. The cost for consultants increased by 8 to 10%. So I just want to say it's all good if we want to land on 10 plus 10, that's fine. But I needed to a little bit defend staff's decision here because 10% is normal times where you again where you don't know how to spell inflation. We have now 8.3% inflation, so 10% is normal. That's already eaten up by what we see in the inflation costs, and then the construction cost index was, I believe, last year around 7%. This year will be 13% in the end of this year, according to the engineering index. I think it's ENR. And so staff had some thoughts in all of that. And I just want to say before we all get all excited that we discovered 10 and 10 is 20, it's actually closer. 10 and 20 is 30.
Thank you very much, Hans. It's absolutely your job to point that out to us and staff's job to point that out to us. You're doing exactly what you're supposed to do on that. Thanks so much. Let's go to public comment. We've had a really robust discussion. Let's see if we have public comment.
We do, Mr. Mayor.
And not just on anything that's on the agenda. All right, Nat, who do we have in the chambers, please?
Yes, we do have a few, and we'll
Hi, my
start.
name's April Harrison. I'm the NCIP rep from Old Town, and I just want to add some information for you in consideration of Larkin Park swings. We are going to meet with PK Diffbaugh and some of the staff from the school on Thursday morning at 10 o'clock. If anybody cares to join us over at Larkin Park and talk about, they had volunteered possibility of putting a fence around it so that we would have access to the park all day long. Right now, we just have access after school and on the weekends and when Parks and Rec can remember to open the gate. So it would be nice to have an ability to have a free use playground. So that was part of our swing addition. And so anybody would care to join us, Tom Hardy, you are welcome to join us at 10 o'clock on Thursday morning if you care to, over by Larkin Park. And I just wanted to add that Rick has provided excellent leadership. We are a group of many different personalities, just like you all are. And we managed to work together for the common good of all of our neighborhoods. And that was our main emphasis this year, since we had NCIP funds back, that we would get something, even if it's little, for every individual neighborhood. None of the big ticket, well, we do have big ticket items, but for the most part, everybody got something. And that was what was important to us. Thanks.
And April, thank you for your many years on NCIP as well.
Next up, we have Kayla Fossum.
Do you mind if I take my mask off just for this? Hi, it's been a long time since I've been in these chambers. It's nice to be back. I am the proponent of BDM8, the Casa Verde Highway 1 underpass project. And I'm also the president of Villa Del Monte Neighborhood Association. And I think there's been a lot of misperception about this project. First of all, it's not just about a public art. It is about hardscaping a complete eyesore that is overgrown with vegetation. It attracts homeless people. Last week, there's a homeless guy that camped out there just out in the open on the slope for 3 days with all his trash around him. It's also about improving drainage there. Anytime it rains, it gets flooded on the Highway 1 South exit to Casa Verde. Of course, with this deluge we had Sunday night, it is very flooded. And also it's very poor lighting under there. I think it's a safety issue for residents. And more importantly, it is a gateway to our city. This is the exit that all tourists and attendees to events at the fairground, including this upcoming jazz festival this weekend, this is their first impression of our city. And let me tell you, it's a bad one. I would think that all of you would be concerned about that. The art murals, you know, I originally proposed mosaic. We can consider painting. And in fact, I would even say the art component and the tower signs can be deferred to the next NCIP cycle. And if we do that, we would be taking, how much is it? $132,000 off this project cost. I don't know procedurally if we can do that at this point, but that's what I'm proposing. It is true that Salinas got funds. It was from a grant that I guess the city chose to apply for different project, and which is really unfortunate. And I also want to say the whole concern about Caltrans, I put a lot of footwork in with Caltrans. I talked to the transportation art person. I talked to engineers. They were all very enthusiastic. And while I can appreciate Hans' concerns about liability, because I am a paralegal for civil litigators, I think, you know, a lot of these projects deal with state agencies and other agencies, and there's always that liability problem. So I don't want that to deep sink this project, that one concern. I encourage you to go out there and look at this underpass. It is highly trafficked by cars and residents and tourists from the motels on North Fremont over to the beach and events at the fairgrounds. Thank you.
Thank you, Kayla.
Mr. Mayor, we have no other public comment here in council chambers.
Thank you. And do we have anyone online?
Yes, we do. First, let's hear from John Sovereign. Go ahead, please.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor and Council. First off, I would like to tip of the hat to the NCIP committee for all the work that they've done this year. A very difficult process. Blame it on COVID, we all said. And they've done great work. I want to say two things. One is I believe that earlier today that council put millions of dollars into capital improvement, expanding the budget. There was nowhere near this level of discussion or detail. I don't get it. I'm uneducated, I admit, but you know, I don't understand. The second thing I'd like to say is we should go ahead. We should support what the NCIP committee decided to put 10% additional contingency upon in addition to what was done for every individual project. Thank you very much.
Thanks, John.
And next we have, I believe this is Mr. Rowley. Telephone, there we go. Go ahead, please.
Good evening again. Tom Rowley, the representative from Fisherman's Flats. Marilyn Maxner is the backup. It was a privilege to work with Tom Hardy this year. He attended our neighborhood meeting last night. It shows he's got the initiative to go above and beyond to get the job done. However, I think in this case, the staff, by recommending a 20% contingency, did not agree with the reasoning, and it was very carefully explained by Rick Hoyer, who did a tremendous job as the chair of the NCIP committee in getting all of the 200, I don't ever remember 205 projects any one year in the 35 plus years we've been doing NCIP. And so the thing is, it was a mammoth task. We got through it all. I would point out, April Harrison said every neighborhood got a project. The one project that we strongly recommended, the Jocelyn Canyon radar speed signs, was to solve a speeding problem on a collector road, Jocelyn Canyon. Casanova has radar speed signs. Soledad Street Road has radar speed signs, and Jocelyn Canyon. Those are the three spots, the three areas for radar speed signs. We need those for safety. And again, the 10%, and Rick Hoyer did a wonderful job explaining why the 10% should be adequate. We hashed this out in strong detail. Unfortunately, not all the staff was present. Tom was there. But again, this is his first go at it, but he did a hell of a job. So anyway, thanks, Tom, and thanks to Rick Hoyer. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Tom.
And next we have Esther Malkin.
Good evening again. I want to echo the thanks to every single member of NCIP. There is so much time and effort put into this by all of them that it is a real service to us that they do this. And I'll call out my neighborhood, NCIP Rep Scott Hansen, for getting, involved in this after we attempted for 10 years to get those radar signs for Casanova up. I actually worked with Jeff Krebs way back to have a traffic study done to back up the fact that Casanova has a tremendous speeding problem. And it's took this long with these people that are currently serving on NCIP to finally really understand the need for this, and with lack of other alternatives, that this was a huge priority. I also want to point out that the projects that are all in our neighborhood, I think the reason they were understood to be important is because they were all safety related. When we point out that when we have incidences at the Laguna Grande parking lot, it's pitch black out there. And if we have MPD having to go out there on a regular basis and they basically can't see anything unless they have their own lighting, it takes them away from being in other parts of the city. So kudos to you guys for really understanding that these projects that we submitted were not anything other than safety wise. And on behalf of my neighborhood association and our board, as the president, I want to thank you all profusely for helping us get these things done after so long. Thanks.
Okay, and next we have Tammy Jennings.
Hello, council, and thank you, everybody that has spoke so far. I just have a question. My project were the beach mats, and it's the #1 project. I thank everybody so much for that. I just am curious why it's going to cost $7,000 plus a year for maintenance when these are mats that are supposed to be installed. They do not come up unless there is a large storm surge or something along that lines. But from what I heard, $7,000 for maintenance to bring them up 2 to 3 times a year. I don't understand how that can happen. And I'm trying to figure out, try to save money and understand this, why the mats would be removed 2 to 3 times a year.
Okay, Tammy, we'll get an answer to your question after public comments are over.
And we have Kurt Tickton.
Good evening again, Council. I'm the downtown representative of the NCIP, and I just want to publicly thank Rick and Tom. This year, we actually had meetings that ended before midnight, and they were run very efficiently, and we all got our say, and I just can't thank Rick and Tom enough. Thank you.
All right, and Mr. Mayor, I do not see any further hands raised at this time on this item.
All right. Thanks. I wanted to just address my friend John's question for a moment. Why earlier the council just approved some capital money, and then why we're spending time analyzing the NCIP. Well, the difference is tonight, we're not just saying, okay, NCIP, your budget is 1/6 of TOT, so approved. That's the difference, because when you're doing NCIP, we're actually looking at individual projects. When we were approving that earlier, we were not. We were simply putting money aside to capital improvements going forward. So the sports center projects, for example, the different expenses will be coming in front of the council as we award contracts. And at that time, we will certainly scrutinize what's going on. So if tonight's action was simply to say, this is how much NCIP gets, there wouldn't be any discussion. In fact, it's in the charter. We would be all done. So City Attorney, I see your hands up.
Yes, thank you. I just wanted to give a quick statement. Let me pull my map back up. No council member has a conflict of interest within the 500-foot radius, with the exception of Councilmember Hoffa on Monte Vista Project 17, MV 17. And that is the Soledad Drive traffic calming radar speed signs. And so Councilmember Hoffa won't be participating in that vote. And then the only other potential conflicts, but they're within 1,000 feet. And so a council member only needs to disqualify themselves from 1,000 feet if the project affects development potential, income producing potential, highest and best use, traffic levels, intensity of use, those types of things on your property. Old Town number 2 is a swing project in a school that doesn't seem likely to affect any of those interests, and that would be for Councilmember Williamson's consideration. And then for Councilmember Albert, there's 2 projects within that 1,000 foot range as well. That's Monte Vista 16, which is also a swing set project, and Monte Vista 21, which is the tennis court striping. And so that's it for those rules for you to consider.
Oh, thank you for that clarification. So when we do take a vote, we'll recognize that Councilmember Hoffa's overall vote will exclude the one that he would be disqualified on. All right, good. Well, back to the council. Lots of good questions. If you don't mind, I'd like to start off again. I really appreciate the clarification on the Casa Verde artwork and structural improvements, because I think part of the impression was that the art project was going to be the one that was absorbing a lot of the money. And obviously it's not, but it is doing what, about a fifth maybe. So I don't know what the procedure is, but I would be much more comfortable asking more analysis on this project before approving it tonight. I'll give you my reasons. One is, I think I would like to get Caltrans committed now instead of after we've done a lot of work. Now, I've worked with Caltrans on homeless encampments through Senator Laird's office, found them very cooperative. Also met with Caltrans with respect to Highway 68, Holman Highway, and again, found them cooperative. And so I would feel, I think that needs to be done. Secondly, it's always been policy, NCIP and city policy is not to make improvements on other people's property. So that's why when we do the school districts, we get an agreement. So I would think an agreement with Caltrans to me would be very important before going forward. And I don't think it necessarily would take a long time, but for them, if they think, oh, the city's willing to do some improvements to one of our bridges, I think they would jump at it. Others people's money, as somebody said. And then, as was pointed out, I'd like to explore too alternatives to ceramic tiles, possibility of some kind of Caltrans grant, or even some of our schools and universities and so on who might be able to help with this art project. So again, I've followed this project. I understand this, the issues. I'm not against it, but I would like to have that background information in front of us before I'd be comfortable going forward. I'm okay with the 10% contingency since it's already on top of another 10% contingency. So totally understand inflation, and we simply don't know. And then there's talk about we're going to have a recession. I don't know if you all remember when inflation was 15%, mortgages were shooting up, and what was that, in the Jimmy Carter days, actually 70s and 80s. Then of course we had the Great Recession and everything dropped. So it's cyclical, we understand that. So those would be my 2 thoughts: to stay with the 10% contingency on top of the built-in 10%, and also get an agreement and from Caltrans and explore ways to do the art project. So that's where I am, and I really would be very interested to see what you all think. So Councilmember Allen, start us off, or continue, please.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. So again, first of all, I hope I want to make it clear I want to abstain from the vote relative to MV 17 as the city attorney outlined. Regarding the contingency, I mean, I think you already heard me earlier. I'm open to something less than 20%. And I think after I heard Mr. Hoyer indicate we're already building in a 10% for each project, that makes me feel more like that. I don't know that I necessarily want to go only with a 10% plus the 10 though. I do think we're in unusual times. I think probably something more than the 10% add-on is justified, whether that's 13% or 15%. I think I'm open to persuasion. But I think 20% is probably putting too much, being overly cautious. So I don't support that. I would support less. I'm not 100% convinced about 10 though. I do, I agree with Mr. Raleigh. Those speed signs are all really important. I appreciate that the committee, I just want to say this, did prioritize public safety. I think that was important, and it would be great to get all of those speed signs included in our funded list. I heard Kayla Fossum offer an olive branch, which I would like to take, which is she's saying, hey, let's just put off the artwork for now until a future project. And yeah, maybe it would be painted, or maybe it would be some other kind of installation that might cost less. So I'm not necessarily hearing that. Earlier I was a little bit, it's a big ticket item. There are a lot of concerns about dealing with Caltrans, and so I was kind of leaning towards, hey, maybe we just exit out. But I think she offered us an alternative, which would be we move forward with the project, but we kind of, for the moment, we take out the artwork. And I think that would reduce the cost significantly. And so I would be in favor of that. Moving forward with that without the artwork, we look at the artwork, or the committee looks at the artwork in a future year. And then let's see where that lands in terms of how many of the other projects we could fund. If we take the artwork out and then we maybe reduce the contingency to 15%, maybe 13%, or I would go with 10%. I have some reservations about that. I hear our staff, and I think we are in unusual times. Those are my thoughts. Thank you.
Yeah,
and thank you
Alan,
again thank you to the committee. I appreciate your work.
And Alan, as you were speaking, I was thinking, I don't think we're that far apart in that if we went ahead with the non-art part of that project, we're obviously going to have to go to Caltrans anyway. So the question, and we're going to need an agreement. So if this does have a reduced funding, it does go forward, I think the first thing staff's going to have to do is get some kind of agreement and understanding anyway. So I would be comfortable with that, but I do think that's an important element that should be done up front. Yeah, very good. Other comments from council?
Mayor?
Yeah, Councilmember Ed, please.
Yeah, let me take on the two I think significant points that were offered already. Yeah, I agree that we just on the Casa Verde mural not ready to commit to all of that cost expenditure. I just would love to have Caltrans in agreement with, and we know what the agreement needs to be that we would be entering into. Like to look at some of the other options that is less costly than mosaic tiles. And I appreciate all of the work that Kayla has done through the years, because you have the lone voice, the single voice in championing this. And I think it's a good project. But it just, we need the other partner on board first for me. How do we do this? Do we make a proposal where we say, let's allocate $100,000 to this, that gives us the start, where we leave everything else that slides into other projects? So this is a rules question. Under the option, I don't want to completely eliminate it, but I want to see some money that still remains that allows staff what they need to be able to get to the first stages of scoping and start working with Caltrans to see what that process would be. So how much money needs to remain in that? So that's a question for staff. Let that hang there for a minute. Let me go to part two on the contingency. Alan, I think I'm with you. We got more information. I think it's enlightening to understand how the whole contingency works. And one significant piece that convinces me that 20% is probably too much is that when I look at this list, there's probably close to $2 million that would not need that kind of contingency because it's dealing with fixed items we're probably ready to order now. 1.2 is the humidifier alone. Thank you very much for the recognition that that's an emergency. But when we look at about 2 million plus coming out, that doesn't really need to have that big number for contingency. So I think I'm somewhere in that 15% range to recognize it gives us some flexibility. So with that said, I guess I just need a little clarification on what the rules work for how we proceed with the mural project, and maybe we've got an answer from Hans.
Yeah, I conferred with Rick Hoyer, but I'm not saying that he 100% agrees with me. So this is, it's not meant that we both agree on that. I think we both agree, but I want to just correctly repeat what we both discussed. If I understand Counsel's direction correctly, you are saying, well, let's start, and the mayor said it, and Councilmember Smith said it. Let's start with the most difficult part first, which is the asset we have no control over, that is Caltrans, and see if we can get an agreement in place with Caltrans. That would be basically the starting point of the project. And what Ed and I briefly discussed was that if the project gets fully funded, either with the artwork or minus the artwork, we can start with that as a start of the scope of work and report back to council what the outcome of that discussion, negotiation, agreement with Caltrans will be. And we can report back, okay, this is possible to do, or this is very hard to do and will take some time. And then at that time, you and the NCIP can collectively go back to the drawing board, and the money is not lost. The money will go back to the contingency fund, or to the ending balance, to the ending balance. And you can do with the funding then of the remainder of this mural project, whatever you like to do, should the result be this is way hard to do, and Caltrans indicates some resistance, and it will take a couple of to figure this all out. So I think, Rick, that is in a nutshell what we both discussed briefly, and would be a way forward. Award the project, whether you do it with 100,000 or not 100,000 for the artwork included. We start just with the agreement, and we'll see how this will, what the obstacles are, or if there aren't any, and report back, and then we continue down the way. The money doesn't get lost. The money stays with the NCIP funds, and it will either go into the ending balance or it will be used to complete the project.
Okay, other council thoughts, comments? Okay, so I think what we need to do first, I'm sorry, Councilmember Tyler, did you?
I think Tyler and I were looking at each other, who's going to go next?
Yeah, give us a pause here for a second, Mayor.
Okay.
Are you done?
Yeah,
You seem like you have more.
Yeah, I just want to wrap that all up. Thank you very much. And this is complex because it's I appreciate the input, and I really appreciate the consideration of how we process this. Yeah, what you just said, city manager, resonates with me. And I want to keep the door open so that once these questions are answered about agreements, Caltrans, encroachment, that kind of thing, that we come back to a future date. I assume that this is put in front of us, where then at that point we're able to weigh and more fully say, yes, the project should proceed as proposed, or we change it based on new information that's come to light. But I want to still keep it alive. I just can't commit to that amount of money yet. And if we're talking about the amount of money that needs to be designated tonight, it sounds like we don't have to chop it up. We just say, leave it there with the direction for staff to come back with additional information.
Yep.
Okay, that makes perfect sense. And what I'm thinking is there's some great projects that are below number 26 that have a lot of merit. And I just want to say that while I look through this list, the number one thing that resonates with me is the fact that it's so broad across the city. Public safety is recognition is so important, and also the fuel cleanup, the master planning for the Capitol site, the actual removal of debris inside of the Capitol site. So thank you very much for the entire neighborhood associations that collectively recognize the things that are of such a great priority. If we look at what's below 26, my gosh, there's a lot there that would really be worth, gee, I hope we can get another $400,000 or $500,000 to slide into that. But at the other hand, I don't want to see the mural have to go on and on and on. I'd like to see it to be able to be executed with a reasonable dollar amount that's maybe less costly because of the materials, and maybe Caltrans has some grant money floating around out there, or maybe they have some ideas that can save us some costs. So I'll stop talking to hear everybody else.
Well, I think, Ed, just speaking on your point, another way we could do it is to give a conceptual approval and just keep the money in the slot, so to speak, contingent on an agreement from Caltrans. And that way it stays active and the money's there if it works out that we get an agreement. It's another way of doing it rather than just have it disappear. So that's a wrinkle on it. Council Member Tyler, did you want to make a comment?
Yeah, so I'll try to focus on what seemed to be kind of the big concluding talking points here. The Caltrans piece, I'm not sure, maybe we're on the same page, but I'm wondering if we just allocate the funding, and if it doesn't work out, then we reappropriate it. And so maybe that's where it sounds like it's going, but I'm not sure if it necessarily needs to come back to us. I mean, if Caltrans is a willing partner and they're ready to move forward with it, then great, let it move forward. I think let's remove some of that bureaucracy and having it come back to us if it doesn't need to. And if it doesn't work out, then I don't see why it needs to come back to us either. I mean, let's just then reappropriate it at that point if it's not going to be something that works. So I'd say let's allocate the funding and let's have it be part of it. That kind of ties to the contingency conversation. I'm open to 15%. I think that is a solid space, particularly with the unknowns around inflation and when these projects are actually executed, what that might look like. So I think that we might be falling into a right space there, which at that point it would include this Casa Verde project. And then the proponent of the project has indicated an interest in an alternative to the ceramic tiles. And I'm wondering if it's appropriate for us to maybe have this go back to the NCFP committee so that they can discuss what that looks like, and then we propose whatever that project looks like so that they have buy-in in regards to how we move forward with this. If anything, it would just decrease the cost and allow more space for projects below the cutoff. But I think that might be a good way of moving forward, so that way they can have the buy-in. And I'll just conclude with adding to the appreciation. It's time consuming and maybe stressful, but it's also kind of exciting to see community coming together and being so supportive of each other across the city. So I really appreciate everybody on the NCIP committee for the work that you're doing. It's deeply appreciated, and you're a role model for our community. So thank you.
Thank you for that. Councilmember Dan?
Yeah, thank you. I agree with that, Tyler. I know, because I've seen it more than once, the amount of time the community puts together to try to get to this point. And so it's something that obviously the council can't do on their own, or staff. So you need outside help, and that comes from the neighborhoods. And so I also really appreciate that. One other thing that I wanted to mention, and I mention it every time, is that the money is coming from our hospitality and our tourist trade that's out there. And And we need to thank them for that because without them, this money wouldn't be available. And I really like to shout out to them. As it goes for the Casa Verde Highway project, I was just wondering, I think one of the reasons why it may have to come back is because are we making a decision on what type of art mural, or are we looking at the compromise that we were talking about, painting? So would that have to come back to the council to, are we okay with it? Would that have to come back to the council for a decision on one or the other part of that project? I think is that the way we saw that? Can I just?
Yeah, proposed artwork would go to the Cultural Arts Commission and they would make a recommendation to the city council.
Okay, so it'll have to come back to us anyway.
That would be more on the aesthetic.
Aesthetic, but not the actual dollars.
Correct.
Okay. Yeah. And then, well, I agree that we should at least look at the project or even put in a design of some type, bring it back to the council or whatever. And but again, we do have to get an approval of Caltrans, at least some type of agreement. I agree with that. The Jocelyn Canyon radar speed signs. If you've been on Jocelyn Canyon, that's a pretty dangerous road, I think. So for me, I'm not saying that's a priority, but I do think that if we are approving other radar speed signs in other neighborhoods, that's something that I like to see. And I think that's number 5. So we're approving all the way past to number 4, correct? The project's passed. So that would be number 5. I guess. I don't know. Right. Okay. So, yeah. Okay. That's what I was going to get to. So the contingency, as I mentioned, that in normal times, contingency would be anywhere between 10 and 12%. But I was unaware that the projects have a 10% contingency already. So now we're hitting at 20%. And to me, in dealing with a lot of public work contracts, 20% is a pretty high number for any contingency at all. So I think I would prefer to stay at the 10% level. I think that's it, Mayor. Thank you.
All right, very good. I would like to make a motion, and don't worry, it's not the big one. I want to make a motion on Monte Vista 17, which would be, Alan's not going to vote on this one. So I want to make that a separate motion. So I'll make a motion to approve Monte Vista 17. So Alan.
I'll second.
Is that number? Is that right?
Sorry?
Just clarifying which project you are referring to, because I'm looking at a list that may be a different.
Well, that was the one that our city attorney, our world-class city attorney identified as the one having the conflict. Is that correct?
Yes.
Right.
It's listed as what number?
Monte Vista 17.
Rank numbers 27.
B6. Sorry. Sorry.
Bingo.
I used to go to Bingo with my mom. Kind of just bringing back memories.
On the green 51.
Okay.
Memories.
Like the corner of my.
No, stop.
Misty water memories.
This is on TV, people, please. Okay, I'm fine. I just wanted to get caught up on the list, and I want to make sure I'm not close to the neighborhood. So go ahead.
Yeah, you weren't. Yeah, okay. So we have a motion and a second for approval of Monte Vista 17, with 4 council members being able to vote. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
and Mayor Robertson.
And yes. Okay, the next thing I would do is invite someone to make a motion with respect to the additional contingency, with the understanding there's 10% already built in. What are you comfortable with? Well, let's try a motion.
So I'll try to make a motion to approve the remaining projects in the staff recommendation, but we'll move the contingency to 15%.
Tyler, would you mind keeping the contingency separate from the overall approval of the list, just for simplicity?
Sure, yeah. So I'll go ahead and make a motion to approve all remaining projects on the list, including the cutoffs.
Friendly amendment, please.
Yes.
if the motion, the maker of the motion would consider putting language in here, as we had talked about, the item that's listed as VDM 8, the Casa Verde Highway 1 hardscape murals, that it still does come back to the city council after we have additional information, as we had talked about Caltrans results. So at that time, we're able to view potential costs or additional options in design.
So pardon my interruption in the conversation, but if we could, I think it'd be best if we had the vote on the contingency amount first, then we know.
The cutoff.
Yeah, then we know what the cutoff projects will be.
So
yeah,
Thank you.
So I'll withdraw my original motion and I'll make a motion to approve a 15% contingency.
All right. We have a second. Any more discussion, or we've all discussed it enough?
May
Okay.
I just ask Tom to clarify what the cutoff is with 15%, Mr. Mayor? That would help, I believe.
All right. Good point.
Can he put the list back up?
Yeah. So Tom, the council wants to approve projects including a 15% contingency.
Yes, I'm looking for I have the list. I'm gonna share it again. It's that one. You see that? No, I got it.
There it is.
Get it?
Yep.
Okay. See, so the 15%.
That's too blurry.
No, wait, he's getting there.
Could you show another version? Because it's very.
Hang on, he's getting there.
Oh, let me get.
So Tom, this is exactly, you're getting there. Keep
15.
going.
That one.
There you go. That's the one.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so this is now the projects includes the number 26 hardscape murals, as council said. So that would mean you have 26 projects in there. The Monte Vista 17 project that you voted on is not included in this one.
Well, that doesn't make sense, because this is what we saw, I think, for 20%. The cutoff was 26.
The
It was the same.
20%, Councilmember Hoffer, I believe, and Tom showed it again, I believe Casa Verde was then cut off in the 20.
Oh,
That's correct.
Correct.
oh, okay.
So if we follow the motion by Councilmember Williamson, you with 15% contingency, you are approving projects 1 to 26, and you have as project cutoffs, project CO1, CO2, CO3, and CO3, because they had the same amount of votes.
What is the 10% look like?
Yeah, we show you the 10%.
10. I think it's
The less the contingency is, the more projects you can approve.
Because you may not actually be able to build them.
Right.
So, I guess I'm also wondering if we can consider the proposal from Kayla Fossum that we defer for now the art as part of 26. So I think that's 100,000 for the art, and I believe it was 20,000 for the installation.
That's correct.
So how would that change this if we were to approve 26, obviously contingent upon an agreement with Caltrans, but without the artwork for now?
Good question. Hans, you understand Alan's saying if
yes, you would add $100,000 to that. So
120, yeah.
So the first Casanova Avenue 500 block sidewalk is what was that? 260. So no, that wouldn't help us to fund that. So I believe Council wants to get to a certain project. Is that correct? That you want to bump it until you reach the project that Dan Albert proposed he liked?
No, not at all.
No?
I just want to see the project.
Go
for
ahead.
10%.
Well, I think if you're saying the next project, if with ultimately our next motion with respect to what Alan's saying, if we do go ahead and fund without and defer into a different cycle, the art project for Casa Verde, it would generate $120,000, and would it kick in another cutoff project? And you're saying it doesn't because the next cutoff is $260,000 to fund?
But that's assuming the 10% contingency, which is not what the motion is.
Yes.
That's
So
right.
The Casanova Avenue 500 block will require 260.
All right.
No.
All right, well, let's go ahead. I actually think
Potentially.
I'm going to vote no in that I'm a fiscal conservative, but I think 10% built in and 10% in addition is it's going to work. But then again, if the motion passes, I certainly won't get heartburn. I don't know what the magic number is. So let's see what happens. A roll call, please. The motion is an additional 15% contingency.
Could we just
Mayor, could you hold for just 1 second? We've got in chamber additional information.
Latest breaking news.
Yeah, it's always about math, right?
And could we put the 15% model back up on the screen just so that it's not confusing for folks?
Yes, if
we
find it. Got the screens and screens. Okay.
Well, you had a 20% and a 10%. 15 should be in the middle, right?
If I was smart, it would be.
Mayor, we're gonna have the city manager has got some information, and then I've got a question.
Okay, let's go then.
Tom, this is a question for Tom. Tom, if we add $120,000 back into the pot right now, what would be the next cutoff project? Basically, a new CO4, the 5th cutoff project.
So to clarify, we're the Casa Verde. I'm gonna pull this over. It's pretty ugly, but and let me zoom in so we can all see it better.
More?
Yeah. There. So are we talking, this originally was 675,000. And we're talking about dropping it by 120,000 or allocating 120,000 to it.
We allocate 120 then towards the category of cutoff projects.
Yes.
So we reduce the Monras project. I'm sorry, the Casa Verde highway hardscape murals by 120, and then we have the 120 for cutoff for additional cutoff price for 5th cutoff project.
So it should be
with 15% contingency.
550.
And the 15% ends up right there.
At the striping?
Yes, just below. So that would 15. If we drop $120,000, the Casa Verde hardscape murals drops to 555,000. Soledad Drive radar speed signs will be approved. The Don Davy Creek design project will be approved. The cutoff projects, then there would be 4 of them. 1, 2, 3, 4. As long as there's no tie, they would go through Via Paraiso tennis court would be on the cutoff project. Casanova Avenue sidewalk is a cutoff. Jocelyn Canyon radar speed sign is a cutoff, and the Dry Creek Road storm drain repair sign would become a cutoff project.
Okay. So can you go back to the previous slide, please? Before the Excel spreadsheet.
There.
Okay.
That one?
Yeah, then the added new project is just to make sure. Soledad Drive, Don Davy, Dry Creek Road, Jocelyn Canyon Road. It would go to the Casanova Avenue sidewalk. Correct?
Well, 15%, this would be approved, the approved projects, and we'd still have 15%. And then the cutoff would become the Dry Creek Road, well, number 29, 29, 31, and 31. So these 4 projects would become the cutoff projects below 15%. That make sense? No.
Yes, it makes sense.
I understand.
We'll figure it out later.
Okay,
Yes, I understand. We'll figure it out later.
we're all good.
So Mayor, one question.
Oh, yeah, you had a question, please.
Yeah, I want to go, I did not bring my abacus tonight, so I want to make sure I get this right. So Rick was explaining, and I think the city manager explained, and I want to make sure I'm clear in my mind. When we're talking about a contingency and you have a variety of projects, a single project gets it programmed in was 10% contingency. So I've heard references to a 10 and a 10, and it's already at 20. So I want to make sure that I've got this right. A project has 10% contingency on it. Where does the other 10% come back into it? Is that from all of the projects? There's an additional 10? Or are we at 10% as a program?
Mr. Hoyer, can you answer that question for us?
Yes, I can. There, you're voting and you're debating, and Mr. Williamson proposed that that extra contingency be 15% of the overall total.
Correct.
Or it could be 10%. Staff had recommended 20%. That's where if you were to say it's 10, that's where the 10 plus 10 comes from, or Tyler's doing a 10 plus 15.
Okay,
Keep in mind, now that's of the total value of projects, including projects which will never have a contingency applied against it. That calculation is being done. So that's why I said in effect, the 20 is in effect a 60% contingency, because 55% of the projects are such that you most likelihood of ever having a need for contingency is 0.
Yeah, but I'm hung up on.
That's where the 10 plus 10 is. You're putting money in a pot called contingency. In effect, a project that's called contingency.
No, I get that, but I was hearing a 10% plus a 10% and then putting a 20 on it. So what you're really saying is that because there are projects that will really not need a contingency, that it's already got plenty of money in there in a contingency.
No.
But you were making references to 10 plus 10.
Every project has a 10% contingency built into the estimated cost.
Okay. Given that, got it.
For that specific project, if it's not used, it goes back to ending balance.
Okay.
Okay. Then the question is, if it goes above that, how do you fund it?
Mhm.
And that is what the thing. So it can be any dollar amount, but you're choosing to do it as a percentage of the total NIP funding versus just saying, I want $1 million in contingency, or I want 800,000. And doing it as a percentage of all of them, you're including those which you will never use it. So
Could I try to offer?
Yeah, no, I got it. I understand what you're saying.
I'm trying to answer without having.
No, and I understand. And I appreciate everyone's patience, because this is important, and it's important to be able to understand it before I vote. But I heard some references that were contrary to what I'm thinking is the right number. But we have built in a 10%. But what you're offering as the spokesperson for NCIP is that we've got other projects that are north of 2 million that don't really need that contingency, because they're fixed items, they're forestry, taking out the trees, they're set prices. We know the dehumidifier is 1.2 million right now. So what you're saying is, it feels like, yes, it's programmed at 10%, but in reality, it's more closer to 25 or 30%, because we built in too much for those projects that really don't need a contingency.
What's built in is built in. It's how are you coming up with a magic number of what you're going to need over and above that 10% to make sure everything can get built? Is what you're trying to decide on a number. And for lack of another way of doing it, you're deciding on that number based off of a percentage of the total amount allocated to NCIP. And I'm just saying that means that total amount allocated based off of how these projects are, a lot of those will never need a contingency. So do you really need to, in effect, set aside the 15% for a extra on top of the dehumidifier, just in case that one were to go over? Because that's what you're saying if you're doing it as a percentage of that big number.
Now, Rick, I think excuse me, Ed, Rick, if the question is this extra 10%, it's in a special fund. What's it called?
What number you're comfortable with?
I have a question.
Yeah,
Mayor.
what's the name of the fund, Rick? Where is that? Is it called General Contingency Fund? What's it called?
I have a question, Mayor. Does that?
I need an answer to my question first.
All right, I didn't.
Yeah, it's the contingency
Sorry.
fund.
It's a contingency fund, 10% built in to each project, and there's an additional contingency fund.
Yeah.
Yes, okay, thank you.
This is like it's a project on the list that's being funded, but it's called, the name of the project is contingency and can be used for anything that goes over.
If I could ask a clarifying question on this. So it's as if, let's say, the Larkin Park Swing installation project as an example, it has the 10% contingency built in, so it gives us the 60,000 that we see staff report. This, let's say it becomes 15% contingency. That's not specifically, we don't take 15% of the contingency for that project. It could be 30%, it could be 5%, it could be whatever we choose, but that budget of contingency funding is available for us to use for all the projects, and we're not restricted or limited in how much we can use that contingency fund for all of the, for any of the projects.
It's what dollar amount do you want to have? And we just happen to be calculating it based off of a percent of the total. So it assumes you might need it for every single thing. So that's
Is that contingency fund? Mayor, did you get your answer, Mayor? I'm sorry. I didn't.
Yeah, it's a separate fund called contingency fund that has the additional money that we're talking about.
So does that contingency fund roll over to the next year, or does it drop out for more projects?
it is there until it's exhausted or has more money allocated to be put into it in the next cycle.
So the next year you could add more money to it.
If it went down to 100,000 and we're worried, we would we would add more money to it. We always have in the past.
And we have in the past.
So basically we have always in the past tried to keep at the start of a year, 800,000 available for contingency, and we've done it to that. And we've looked at, okay, what is still to be built each year? And maybe we need to add more and bump it, because we've now added, we have this year's project, let's say half of them don't get built. They're still in the queue to be done. And now we do another 80 projects next year. Well, are we comfortable that this is going to be enough to fund those, whatever the 80 that might get built that year and what's still out there? Because again, it's what's the fund that's going to actually get built this year if it were to run over.
And that fund has never gone to zero ever in its life.
Never.
Never. Okay.
And we still have ending balance generally. So if it were to go to zero, there's still funds there. It would just have to come to you then to allocate it. So, because anything that comes in under goes into ending balance. It doesn't go away. So.
May I ask a question, Mr. Mayor?
Of course. Rick's our go-to guy.
So there's a 10% sort of built in for each project. We're contemplating more than that. In prior years, what was customary practice? Have we always just used the 10% for each individual thing, or in prior, because I honestly don't remember, have we had a kind of additional contingency the way we're considering this year?
Well, the 10% has always been there, built into project costs since the beginning of NCIP, is my understanding. So that's always there. We have never done contingency and looked at it as a percentage of a total pot, ever. We've always done it as a dollar amount, and based off of looking at, okay, which projects may need money because they are a a complicated sidewalk storm drain project where you got a potential you don't know until you're digging and it may come in. And yet this amount of money is never going to need one because it's greenbelt clearing that will never go over the dollar amount. So
Rick, can I interrupt? So what you're saying is in past years, we'd have the base 10%, but then for certain projects, we would maybe have a higher one for that specific project based on our anticipation.
No, we would look at what is realistically going to be built in the year and what are we worried about being over budget, and we would come up with the dollar amount that would to go into a pot that would cover anything that were to go over in that year. But it was
thank you. I understand.
Percentage. It was always a dollar amount and it was never over 800,000 in 30 and 40 years. So
Got it.
but it's different times now than it has been in the past.
Excellent. Thank you, Rick. Of course. Very good. All the questions answered? So the motion is to add a 15% general contingency amount to the general contingency fund, as I understand it. All right.
Before we vote, I originally was thinking 15%, but I think with the information I've heard, I would be comfortable with less. And I think I would prefer less because that would allow us to fund more. So I'm not going to support the motion because I think something less than 15% would be practical and would get the job done.
Okay, thank you for that.
Mayor, if I may, as a motion maker, can I just clarify with Alan, what is that number to you?
Well, I think probably 10%. I mean, I think 10%. And the reality is, if it's not enough,
so
one of those projects may not get built this year. It'll be deferred. So I'm okay with that.
So I think 10%. And I'll make the motion to do 10% contingency.
Okay, I don't know if your first motion ever got a second, so.
Who did I second it? I can't even remember. Who seconded it?
Yeah.
I'll second that then.
Okay.
No, I think, Mayor, for procedures, what Tyler is saying is, we had a motion of 15. I believe I seconded that.
All right.
And now the motion maker is choosing to make a different motion. So do we have to vote on that original motion, or do we give the privilege to the motion maker to change the motion?
Can I just?
He could withdraw his motion and with the approval of the seconder.
Okay.
Well, Ed, if you're okay with the amendment, then that would be fine. We vote on it. If you're not okay with it, then we need to vote, I think, on the original.
All right, but we can vote on the replacement. This is a replacement motion. We can do that first, the 10%.
Yeah, I think it's cleaner. He's made the motion and I was the seconder for the original motion, and I concur.
Okay, so our motion is 10% now, correct? All right. Okay. As I've said 100 times, it's not more, it's always interesting and thought provoking. Good group. All right, roll call.
Just to clarify, this is a new motion. So is this the one where Alan is the seconder?
That's correct.
Yes, it's the replacement motion it's called. Yeah.
Okay.
And if it passes, then the original motion just evaporates. It goes into the ether.
Got it.
Mr.
Okay.
Mayor, I apologize. Just to be clear that Councilmember Albert doesn't commit treason. Project number 31, Via Paraiso tennis court striping. That is not in that 10%, Tom. Is that correct?
Yeah, I think it is.
Because if it's then we have to ask.
It's definitely in the what do you call it? The 4 bonus ones.
It's not about the projects for me. It's about the contingency of 10%. So.
But you by when you add contingency 10%, you can add more projects. And
yeah, I know.
Yeah.
So
Well, the point, Hans, I think that the point is that would put him within 1,000 feet. But our city attorney pointed out that if there's no monetary or development or any financial benefit to him, that he can vote on it. Is that correct, City Attorney?
Right. So what I'm not clear on right now is if MV 21 is being approved or not being approved.
It's in the mix, yes.
It is in the mix. Okay, so then that's for Councilmember Albert to decide if because it's 1,000 feet, so it's not an automatic disqualification like the 500 feet.
Right.
If removing non-tennis court lines from the courts,
So
would-
do you mean, do I play pickleball and do I play tennis? And does that make a
ooh,
difference?
that might be controversial.
No, no, the real question is, are you going to walk the line?
But
Okay.
It's only a conflict, Councilmember Albert, if you believe it, these line removals would affect the development potential of your property, income producing potential, highest and best use, traffic levels, or intensity of use.
Well, I didn't think the expansion swings did, so I don't think it does.
No.
Thank you for bringing that up.
Thank you. All right. Let's, so our motion is on the 10% contingency. Roll call, please.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Finally, yeah.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes, so I think the final thing we need to do is to get a motion on approval of the projects. And Alan, if you wouldn't mind, I kind of like what you were talking about. If you would make a motion with respect to how we're going to deal with that Casa Verde project and delay the art. Is that something you could do without putting you on the spot?
Mayor, I think you're going to have to repeat that. We had some background noise.
Yeah, I don't think it's my computer, but perhaps because it's the same one. But so anyway, we discussed earlier, and I was saying that am I coming in clear?
Yeah, you're coming in clear.
So I'll make a motion that we fund the projects through, you know, with a 10% contingency.
Mm-hmm.
Okay. And then with respect to 26, that we would fund that subject to an agreement with Caltrans minus 120,000 for the art and art installation, and that would come back at a future, you know, in a future NCIP proposal.
Okay, thank you. You always make such great motions. I'll second it. Discussion?
So I'm wondering about the process of when you say, Alan, come back in an NCIP project or process. Are you intending that the NCIP gather and meet again, or are you expecting that it just comes to the council?
It would be another year. It would be a future year allocation and a future deliberation by NCIP. In other words, kind of a phased thing.
Okay.
That's what I understand too.
Okay, so your thinking is it will take probably all of that time to get through the Caltrans questions, and then the phase 2 would be then additional funds to complete it, whatever the wind up project costs.
Right, and it may be less. It may be some other art methodology. I don't know. That's up to NCIP to figure out.
We can always hope that the Caltrans contributes money to the hardscaping, retaining walls improvements too. You can always hope. Okay, any more discussion on the motion? I guess we're ready to vote then. So roll call, please.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Yes.
Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Yes. Wow, we made it. Again, we've all said our thank yous, so just a final thank you on behalf of the council and our staff and our entire community for the great staff work that went into this, and as well as our NCIP committee. It's the only program that we know of like this in the entire country, so it's pretty special to Monterey. Do you want to take a break? Do you want to plow through?
Can we take a quick break?
We
Let's
need
do
to
that.
break.
Let's come back in no later than, it's about 8 minutes, would hit us at what, 9:40? Okay, 6 minutes, 9:40. We'll see you shortly.
Is that a true 9:40, Mayor, or?
supporting mutually Monterey United Governance Framework. Unless the council needs a presentation, I know we've had a special meeting on it, which I had an opportunity to look at, read everything. So unless I'm just would go to questions, public comment, and back to the council if that's okay. Any questions on it? Unless anybody want to, do we need a report? No, let's go. Any questions?
So were we going to look at it?
Well, my point is, we've read it. If you want to make a sometimes we just go straight to the public and just things that we've seen. It's up to you.
Yeah, I'd like to see it on the screen again. I just don't have a copy of it to refer to.
All right, then that answers that question. So let's go ahead and have a quick overview of what we're looking at this evening.
Okay, I will share just a very brief overview. I'll skip through some of the repeat slides from the last meeting, but what I'll do is just share that this is a continued discussion on the effective governance principles and practices under the new district-based election system. We talked last time about the reason to do this is to begin this discussion in the early stages of the transition to district-based elections. Here's the map. The rationale for moving to district-based elections being to allow minority groups to elect representatives of their choice, or at least have a higher likelihood to do so, and the intent of being for election purposes. And in terms of best practices, ILG talks about unity of purpose, positive governance culture, and clear roles and responsibilities, as well as norms, protocols, and policies. And that's why we've brought forward the idea behind Mutually Monterey as a unified governance vision and a framework for the council to consider. I won't go through all the details, but this lists some of the risks and opportunities as presented by the Institute of Local Government on district-based elections. And what we're recommending to all of you is this Mutually Monterey framework with a proposed resolution. We took feedback from council as well as members of the public from the last discussion, and these are the red line recommended changes for the resolution language that we are recommending for council to adopt this evening. We added language about inclusiveness and taking into consideration feedback from all communities of interest. Recognizing that while council members are elected by district, we took out some language relating to political subdivision, which was a concern from members of the council. We also reemphasized the diverse viewpoints across the city, and that the council is committed to respect one another and members of the community and engage in healthy debate. We also made some edits rather than saying staff will work to support decisions if once they're made by council, but that will maintain civility regarding that decision. And then we also took out the last sentence that reads city resources. There was some question about some gray areas with conducting meetings or similar activities in a council member's election district. So we took that out as well. Overall, this resolution reemphasizes the commitment for the council to represent the interests of the city as a whole, be inclusive, and recognizing the importance of neighborhoods as well as part of the city's values. So happy to go through in greater detail each of the items, but it is all in the packet. And if members of council have questions, we'd be happy to answer them. And that comes to our staff recommendation, which is to adopt the resolution or amend it. And of course, if council would prefer, this can be discussed in the future as well. If you have any questions, please let me know.
Okay, let's go for questions. Anyone?
Nat, could you go back and put the second to last slide up, please?
Sure.
I think it's the page that's talking about stakeholders. It was a part of the original where you actually had the content of the document.
Is it this one?
No, one more page back.
One more page back.
Let's catch where you're. your paragraph on stakeholders. One more page. Yeah. Oh, wait. Advance forward. One. Okay, I'm getting lost here.
Sorry.
Go back.
Okay.
Stop. Go one more.
One more back.
Yeah, okay, there. Okay.
Committing to continue to fully engage with regarding every issue before the council, regardless of which district may be most directly impacted by the issue. This includes hearing all stakeholders without regard to which district they might reside.
I can read it. I can read it. Thank you.
Ouch.
No, I wanted to focus in on this one because to me, it just seems when we throw out the word stakeholders, it can be misinterpreted a lot. And I think that needs some work. I think we sort of approached this when we were redoing our value drivers, where I think, artfully described what Monterey is. And I think we artfully talked about, and you mentioned in here, civility. We mentioned in here that we're going to have lively debates. But I think that we should in here go beyond just saying residents and districts. We're losing out on another contingency that we're responsible to. Businesses, travelers. It's also churches, military installations. So when we just say stakeholders, I think we devalue the complexity and diversity of the community. So I'm just looking for a more robust description, because I think we all said that we want to honor our military partners. And so I just think that this needs to have some help here.
Do you have any suggestions how you would like to, is the word stakeholders, you're looking for a better word?
That's a good point.
One option is to use constituents, or we could spell out specifically residents, businesses, community members, and partner organizations.
I think if you just take out stakeholders, it would work.
I think we're gonna exclude somebody if we start listing, rule of thumb is you want to have one comma, another comma, another comma, and then another, so I think if we just said all and we bolded and all capped all, for me, I'd be comfortable. But stakeholders to me is almost becoming a passé term.
Yeah, so just say all without regard to which district they might reside. That sounds good to me. Everybody okay?
Yeah, when you bold it,
Great
it looks
idea.
like you're yelling at somebody. So I think it should just.
You don't want to bold it?
No,
You want to all cap it?
no. You should yell at somebody when you do that. Just all, hearing all.
Can we go bold 15%?
No.
It's not even midnight.
I'm good with just saying all.
Yeah, I am. That's fine.
That's an old one.
Anything else said, or anyone else have any revisions before we go out to the public?
Buzzword. Yeah, it's an old.
Let's see if there's any public comment. Anyone in the chambers
No one in the council chambers, Mr. Mayor.
and online?
We do have two on Zoom.
Okay.
Let's hear from, I believe this is Mr. Rowley. Go ahead, please.
Good evening again. Tom Rowley from Fisherman's Flats. Yesterday evening, as part of our meeting where we had the mayoral candidates forums, Mr. Walker and Mr. Williamson, we had both Ed Smart, who is our new councilman who ran unopposed for District 2, and also Kim Barber, who was the first time I had ever met her. She showed up at the meeting and indicated on her giving her background very briefly that she's really a newcomer in town. I watch a lot of city council meetings, a lot of planning commission meetings, and a lot of other meetings on TV. And I have never seen her at a City of Monterey meeting. She is going to be one of the main participants. What you guys are talking about in this document, as far as teamwork, it's really discussing individually elected by districts, but being willing to work as a team in a teamwork way. Kim Barber apparently comes from a political background, and however, she's not been in elected office before. So you've got to struggle to orient her to the city of Monterey, and the fact that you've been working as a team, as a city council for some time, and very successfully. So I think there's a challenge ahead that I would suggest to you that you consider adopting this in January, maybe towards the end of the month, after she's been sworn in and has at least been introduced. I know I talked to a couple council members that said, I've never met her. So the thing is, this is going to be a big challenge. We fortunately had her show up at the Flats and Foothills area, our area, Monterey, which a lot of the council is not that familiar with, where the boundaries are. And so the thing is, the challenge in getting her oriented as part of this, I think you should delay this until January so that she can participate in this discussion. As far as the wordsmithing, I think Councilman Smith is absolutely right. Stakeholders is overused, and I think we want to be all inclusive, and that's a good change. So thank you very much.
Thanks, Tom.
And we do also have Esther Malkin. Esther, go ahead, please.
Hello again. So I just had a whole nother response that I've got to add into this. So let me just start out by saying I was one of, I think, 4 people that made public comment that watched this special meeting that was had. And I don't even, and I know that not even the whole city council was on there. So I'm hoping that you all either get in your report what the public comments were or have watched it, especially those that weren't there, because my comment was that this is all great for optics, but is it actually going to be put in place? Another comment was made that basically said, this is, you can refer to Squid in the weekly that referred to the public comments that were made at that study session by Jean Rash and Kent Glenzer. But again, this all sounds good, but at the end of the day, now we're going into district elections. We have 2 candidates that got in unopposed. That is an example of the problem that we have on not being able to have candidates represent the majority of the people that live in this city, which are renters, because they are not likely to run. And there has to be a concerted effort to somehow interest this group to run and participate in our city government because they have no representation. Regarding the comment just made about Kim Barber, frankly, I find that comment kind of insulting. And I wonder if that comment would have been made if it was a man that had been elected or ran unopposed and was automatically getting in. There was nobody that opposed her. She does have history and knowledge and background. She's willing, and she has been participating in watching and keeping track of what's going on in the city council. So to imply that she needs hand-holding and that this has to be postponed until January is frankly offensive and just not in the spirit of, but what you guys are saying needs to be changed by taking out the word stakeholders and changing it to all, which I agree with. But I think the big thing here is to consider the fact that we went into our first district elections with 2 seats going unopposed. And that is not representative of our city. And we have to do better on getting the majority of the residents in this city representation on this city council, which decides and creates policies that affects their lives. Thank you.
There are no further speakers, Mr. Mayor.
All right, we'll close public comment, bring it back to the council for your pleasure.
Mr. Mayor, may I make a motion and then I'll have comment once we get a second.
Please do.
Yeah, I'll make the motion as we've drafted it tonight, as we just saw presented by staff.
All right, we have a second.
I'll second.
Okay, discussion.
Clyde, I would just wanted to say, appreciate the callers and appreciate the engagement. I don't need to comment on some of the other things. It's late, maybe people are tired, so let's just keep it civil as we promised to do. And be inclusive and respectful as we represent the entire city. I want to say that I don't want to wait till January. I think that this is about what this council is agreeing to do as we move into district elections, and we do have different makeup on our council. If the new council wants to bring this back and then customize it as they see fit for the new council starting in January, I would support that as well, since I will be here as well. This is not a document that is one and done and we live with it and that's it and we can't ever approach it again. These kinds of things have to be viewed as a document that is contemporary for the need, but also can be adapted as new ideas come. So as I vote tonight on this document, I realize that we may read this in January and February and say, oh, we missed something. Well, let's add this, or let's change a word, or let's take a different approach. I'm game for that. I'm not inflexible enough to say that this is the final and it's signed by 13 representatives from 13 states and then that's it and you can't change it. Come on. Let's realize that this is a document that we can agree that may last a short time, and we'll approach it again if we need to, because when you shed some light on it, you realize we can do some more and we can craft it and get it better. So I'm ready to move for this council, because this is this council making these statements. The next council will take the action up as they see the need.
All right, excellent. Other discussion? All right, don't see any, so let's do roll call, please.
Yes, and just to clarify, does that includes an amendment to remove the word stakeholders?
Yes.
Okay. So Councilmember Smith,
Yes.
Councilmember Albert,
Yes.
Councilmember Hoffa,
Aye.
Councilmember Williamson,
Yes.
and Mayor Roberson.
Aye. That carries 5-0. Right, so now we'll go, let's see, gotta get the right screen. There we go. Let's go to council comments and find out what has been going on in your lives at your various boards, commissions, et cetera, all the outside work that you do. Thank you very much. So anyone like to go ahead? Please do.
I can start, Mayor.
Thank you.
I just like to highlight that today is, for the last 2 hours of the day, is National Voter Registration Day. And so I wanted to point that out because I think it's obviously really important that we practice democracy, and the best way that we can do that, the easiest way that we can do that, is by registering to vote and actually voting. So I just want to read a little bit something about the day. National Voter Registration Day is a nonpartisan civic holiday celebrating our democracy. First observed in 2012, it has quickly gained momentum ever since. Nearly 4.7 million voters have registered to vote on the holiday to date. To U.S. Census data from 2020, as many as 1 in 4 eligible Americans are not registered to vote. Every year, millions of Americans find themselves unable to vote because they miss a registration deadline, don't update their registration, or aren't sure how to register. National Voter Registration Day wants to make sure everyone has the opportunity to vote. I will point out that October 19th is the last day for regular registration in the state of California. So October 19th, mark your calendars. It would be great if you aren't registered to vote and you're hearing this, to just do it now. Maybe just join in on National Voter Registration Day and get it locked in. It happens, it takes only a few minutes to do it. You can go to registertovote.ca.gov. That's registertovote.ca.gov. And if you already are registered, maybe this could be a task for all of us that are registered, and maybe find 5 more people to register to vote. Because the more people that are participating in our democracy, the more we can live up to what our Constitution says. So just wanted to share that little fun news of the day.
Thank you. It's very important, especially what's going on nationally. So thanks for that. Okay, Councilmember Allen, anything, please?
Yeah, I just wanted to share on my daily bike ride to work at MPC. I bike by our old Monterey Park site. And I've noticed that there's been a lot of clearing. There's been a lot of, removal of fire material in that area, especially at least along the road. I think we have more work to do getting further back into the park. And I know all of us are interested in seeing that park developed as an actual park so that people can hike there, bike there, maybe even walk their dog off leash there or something. We want to make use of that park. And but in the meantime, while we're figuring out what we want to do with that park and what we can afford to do with that park, I'm glad to see that the city is making it safer. That was one of the big reasons why we wanted to acquire it. It really was not being properly maintained in terms of fire prevention by Pebble Beach. And I've seen I just see it as I bike by. Big improvements there. So good job, staff. And thank you.
Yeah, thank you. Nice to hear. Councilmember Dan, any?
I have no comments tonight, Mayor. Thank you.
Okay, Councilmember Ed.
Yeah, thank you. I'm going to forego some other comments I have on representation on TAMSI, AMBAG, and the Convention Visitors Bureau. I wanted to say on a lighter note, today was National Pepperoni Day. Heard a lot about it on the news, and for those that had pizza and pepperoni today, congratulations. So, hey, I want to talk about the Coastal Commission, and I want to try and be civil and respectful, as I promised. So some of you may be hearing soon some activity from some merchants that have businesses inside of the Tidelands Fund, in particular Tideland, and particularly Fisherman's Wharf. So the city staff has been in communications with the wharf tenants several months ago and notified them that the Coastal Commission has deemed that COVID is behind us and no longer a threat, and thus the outdoor seating is no longer needed. And they're going to revert to the consideration that outside permits for seating and chairs will be required. So some of the communications that merchants are sharing is that they are very, very concerned. They have been in consultation with many members of the staff of the city and the city manager. But to highlight what this message is about tonight that I'm sharing with you is that the outdoor seating at many of the businesses were approved with working with the city in 2007. And in part, it was to appeal to increase and enhance the experience of people to be able to sit outside at a restaurant. Pet lovers, health conscious customers enjoy the sunshine or fog, whichever you prefer. And, a year-round location to be able to have a meal and share with visitors and families at a table and chair. So it's become a very popular outing that a lot of people come to the wharf. And I think the numbers we've heard is something like 3 to 4 million people that visit the wharf. And as a byproduct of their success, they have been extremely high as a district in contributions to the Tidelands. So there's been a complaint. The Coastal Commission has put the city on notice, and the Coastal Commission has put the Tidelands tenants, and particularly the wharf number 1, on notice that outdoor seating is going to require a permit. Now, the permit is extremely expensive. No promise that it will be approved, and potentially a year or two in the making. So you're going to hear some noise. You're going to see a lot of news articles about this. You're going to hear some social media, I'm sure. It really makes no sense to me. It's not logical. It's been going on for a long time. It's not necessarily a public safety issue. The tables have been established where there's plenty of room for responding emergency vehicles. So the loss of tables and chairs on the wharf is a dramatic financial hit, hurts the city, hurts the merchants, and I think above all else, it will hurt the public that enjoys the ocean access. So it's complex. I don't want to go into more detail tonight, but the Coastal Commission needs to explain why they think this makes any sense at all. So the individual owners will be approaching whether they do the appeal, the permit, and whether that many of them can even afford the process with the Coastal Commission is unknown right now. But I'm going to do everything I can to understand where the Coastal Commission's coming from and see if we can't get our voice heard, because I think the city has a right to be able to regulate the wharf in a safe and proper manner without the interference of the Coastal Commission on this matter. So that's all I had to say tonight.
Thanks, Ed. Appreciate that. So my report is, last night we had a water management district meeting. As you know, I'm the mayor's appointment, and we had a lot of discussion just about water use. And interestingly enough, the water consumption in the district has been very stable for the last 6 years, and it's about it's 50% below what we were using in 1957 of all things. And so it's directly impacting our city. The district contributed a $25,000 towards a water recycling unit for our fire department. Our fire chief spoke. And what this does, this unit allows the firefighters to practice firefighting. And the water is actually reclaimed that they're used. It doesn't go down into the gutter and out into the bay. And then there's a quarterly report, interestingly enough, that outlines the amount of water that California American Water can use each quarter. I've shared this with you before, but we did have a second reading where Montage and Chomp, now all of their properties are considered one site. There's build out already at Chomp. So when Montage wants to expand in Ryan Ranch, they're able to use the water that was allocated to Chomp to use on at Ryan Ranch. This same policy applies to the city of Monterey, our school districts, interestingly enough, and our military. The amount of water taken from the Carmel River by Cal-Am has reached its state mandated limit of 3,376 acre feet. So Cal-Am is in compliance with the cease and desist order on that. We had almost an hour report from our general manager talking about projected water supply and demand for the future. And anytime you're predicting the future, you're undertaking a monumental task, but it was very interesting, and it included RENA numbers, potential growth in commercial, hospitality, residential, etc. So if you have a chance, it's on the website. It was the same presentation, more or less, that he gave to the League of Women Voters. And finally, it's been felt by the board that it's important to them to get the information out about what's going on with Measure J, the second phase of Pure Water Monterey, and so on. And so the board approved an PIO information officer and an outside public relations firm to negotiate with an outside relations firm to help inform people on the district's activities and represent it before jurisdictions such as the PUC, Coastal Commission, and so on. It was a 4.5-hour meeting. I have 2 more, and then it's going to be the privilege of another mayor to learn everything that's going on with the Water Management District. It was interesting to me going in. I honestly don't think I understood how much the district does. So anyone going in as the new representative from the mayors, there's a pretty big learning curve. The website's a great place to start, but it's a pretty complicated outside commission to be on, and I've learned a lot. And after 2 years, I'm going to suggest that the 6 cities rotate that every 2 years to give all of the jurisdictions an opportunity to figure out what's going on with the water management district. So that's that. City manager report.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor, council members. Just to piggyback on Councilmember Williamson, because I wanted to talk about National Voter Registration Days as well. 16 and 17-year-olds can also pre-register, and then they are automatically getting voter registration cards sent to them when they are turning 18. So that's another additional nugget of information. On October 16th, we are having once again a California Constitution Assembly reenactment at Colton Hall. It's being rehearsed right now, so that note on your calendar 10/16. The Monterey Sports Center survey, the deadline ends for the survey on 10/25. We have received quite a bit of very positive feedback that will help us. And throughout September, we are still offering 30% off memberships for new members, and that has been also highly successful. Last but not least, local pharmacies have the Pfizer vaccine. Moderna is still in short supply, and people are encouraged to sign up for the Pfizer vaccine. We are not planning yet to have a vaccine clinic for all through the fire department. However, if there is a need and we see that people would sign up for that, we will be happy to organize one for the public as well. So that's my comments for tonight.
Thank you. And also, I know that flu shots are being offered as well right now. Good. All right. Well, thank you for the very worthy meeting. As always, we thank the public, staff, my colleagues on the council for stimulating discussion. And I think an embodiment of the Opdesh that we just adopted about running respectful meetings, disagreeing agreeably, and really coming to a lot of consensus. And I think the NCIP issue was one where it was really good and where we came to a unanimous consensus. And I definitely appreciate all of you with that. Have a good evening. We'll see you all later. Bye-bye.